All right, my friends, welcome back to Tales of Praxis. Sorry to be a little late this evening. My green screen is being a little funny. Some days it's just feeling a little off, so I was hoping to fix it, but I think we're going to be good enough for this evening. I'm Aaron Suduko, the founder and chief video game analyst of WithTheTerribleFate.com, your online volunteer publication home for all of the most rigorous and involved analyses and celebrations of the storytelling of our favorite narrative medium. That's right, video games. And if you're just getting to know Tales of Praxis, it is a very passionate analytical series that I've been running for the site for the past 8 months or so, primarily consisting in two different side-by-side projects, both celebrating Namco's amazing Tales JRPGs. One is this set of live book clubs that we've been doing in the form of streams on Twitch, which have been very exciting. We've gone all the way from Tales of Symphonia to Tales of Graces here, and starting the first new content in the Tales series to be released since the start of Tales of Praxis tomorrow. Tales of Arise's DLC, Beyond the Dawn, which will be very fun. And then the other horn has been publishing written studies on the Tales games, trying to get at the heart of the language of what it is that they're concerned with from a storytelling perspective, the themes they want us to think about, the lessons they'd like us to take and apply to ourselves and our communities in the real world, and how it is that they express that thematic content, not just one by one, but rather in conversation with one another as a single storytelling unit. So plenty more written content on the way, plenty more streams. I have a little bit of kickoff vamping to do, but I wanted to start the stream by setting us up with a riddle to think about. So as I mentioned to the stream, and I tweeted for the site a couple days ago, after Monday's stream, I did spend the better part of, I think, 45 minutes all told, figuring out and getting sorted the audio issue that we were having on Tales of Graces F, which, if you're just tuning in, was the most bizarre thing in the world, where the game seemed to be running fine, except in and out, it would just be losing voiced lines of dialogue, and it seemed to be getting worse as we were getting deeper into the game. And so if you tuned into the Monday stream, it was definitely the peak of the problem and the peak of me losing my mind and, frankly, my morale over it. But I figured it out, and so I wanted to start with a little riddle. So while I'm vamping, you can think about this, and if you have any hypotheses, let me know. I want to challenge you to see if you can figure out what the issue was, because we weren't able to on Monday. I'll tell you, it wasn't anything to do with the way in which I was trying to solve it, but I will also say, provocatively, that if you've been watching the streams and paying attention, and you know a thing or two about PS3s and how they work, you have enough information to solve the problem. Because I did, even without a significant technical background. It just required, as a lot of the puzzles in JRPGs do, a little bit of lateral thinking and just changing my perspective. So that's food for thought. I know, it does look like, it looks like I'm in like Triet or something, like a desert area. And it's just like that heat emanating off of me. Don't know what it is, but I guess even that can be in keeping with JRPGs. Doug, welcome back. Chrissy, welcome back. Good to see you both. Yeah, perish the thought. We're starting another Tales stream, and we have a word puzzle. That's so not in keeping with Tales, isn't it, Grail? All right, so I'm looking through my notes of everything I want to tell you. We've got a decent amount. So the key order of the day is, like I said, Beyond the Dawn coming out actually at like midnight my time tonight, but I'm not going to start a middle of the night stream. What we are going to do is start our wonderful schedule, which you can find on Twitter. I just shared the link again. 5-hour blocks. We're going to try to marathon it between now and a week from now, when we will hopefully be resuming Tales of Graces F. But after tonight's stream, we'll be taking a little break from Tales of Graces to pivot to this wonderful new work we have to sink our teeth into, Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow and running in that 5-hour window all the way through Tuesday, assuming there's enough content. And if we're still not done at that point, we'll call an audible and make a game plan day of. That is the plan. Really excited to dig into something new. Bandai Namco has been, I would say, very thoughtful in publishing kind of admonitions and warnings about not spoiling things for people who aren't aware that there are going to be spoilers, which I actually really appreciate. I wish more companies would think about the things they publish from that perspective, especially in this day and age, because as a site and a publication, we've actually lectured in the past on the way in which video games, by virtue of being an interactive medium, can actually have their literary content and their very narratives changed in terms of a player's experience with them based on the information that a player has of what's going to happen going into it. The example that I used, which remains a great toy example in the lecture that we gave a few years ago, is Spec Ops: The Line, which is an iconic video game for so many reasons. If you haven't played it, I encourage you to do so. It's not a JRPG, but it's very smart literature. It's kind of a video game retelling of Heart of Darkness and Apocalypse Now, that old chestnut. But it's a great example of a game whose central literary content and theming centrally depends on you not knowing what's going to happen. And so I'm really happy that it came out in a day and age where spoilers weren't as rife and virtually unavoidable as they are nowadays, because it would have been a radically different artwork by virtue of the information that gamers might have had going into it. So, long-winded way of saying, of course, I hope you all know by now, we take spoilers very seriously and care about that quite a bit. So I'll probably say a little bit more by way of preamble tomorrow before we kick off Beyond the Dawn. But the thought is, I'll be presupposing that, like me, people have played Tales of Arise before. That's something that the DLC presupposes. We also, as we've been doing with Tales of Praxis, part of the value of diving into it in this live book club context is we'll be leveraging and availing ourselves of information from other Tales games in the past that are not directly related in terms of world to Tales of Arise, but are, of course, thematically related in many ways. That's the whole point of this series. But we won't be tolerating or leaning into any spoilers except that content from Beyond the Dawn that we have played together already. So if you're looking to experience it from the get-go in this kind of format, it should be a nice home to work through this together. And I'm very excited about that. I hope that you enjoy it. They released books for Beyond the Dawn, Grail? No, I didn't know that. I'm not surprised. I saw that they put together little write-ups of kind of the story so far for the different characters, which they published online, which I hadn't read because I kind of just wanted to go into the DLC with fresh eyes after the end of the main game. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I know. Well, Pottery, I guess I'm not surprised because, like I said, it's not a JRPG, and I feel like we've been relatively JRPG centric on the stream for obvious reasons. But yes, it's a classic for every well-deserved reason. And God knows we could talk it to death. And probably now that I've broken the Spec Ops seal, we will talk it to death. And I'm sure there are many things we could say, even relating it to some of the themes of JRPGs. I've argued Stranger Things, and Stranger Things have been taken in by the gaming culture, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I think they are new pieces of material, Grail, those write-ups. I think it's not so much like, here's what you need to know about the characters from Tales of Arise. I think based on the little blurbs that I read, it's like, here's what the characters have been up to in the intervening year between the end of Tales of Arise and then where the story picks up in Beyond the Dawn. So it should be fun and interesting, and I'm sure I'll read them at some point. Whether that will happen before the stream tomorrow is another story. But yes, I am looking so forward to digging into that with all of you. I know it's a bit of a different stream schedule, extended, different days, so feel free to come in and out as you're able, but it'd be especially nice to see some friendly faces and familiar faces for some of it. And if we get new people, and I hope we do, the chat can show them how it's done and how these conversations take place, which so much the better. Like I said, the other part of Tales of Praxis is written analyses. More of those will be coming soon. I don't think I'll be able to get that Tales of Arise write-up from PAX West out before tomorrow, but that does exist in recorded format on With the Terrible Fates YouTube channel if you want to get hype. And I have a good Tales-related reason that it's not ready. It's because I simply had to finish Tales of Eternia, which I did wrap up yesterday. I have so many thoughts about that. But now that I've put that down, I certainly have a backlog once again of Tales games that I've played through for Tales of Praxis and loved and celebrated, but not put pen to paper on yet. So I'm probably going to pivot back into a writing and analytical mode for a while, as opposed to playing through more stuff beyond the stuff we're doing on the stream. So if you like the more quasi-academic published work that's a part of the series, I always love to share and talk about that with you all. You can expect some new material there very soon, and I'll keep you posted on the progress of that too. Eternites. I've never even heard of that. Is it something I should have heard of, Grail? Or is it something you'd never even heard of and you stumbled into it in your cart by mistake? Well, I appreciate the support all the same, Chrissy, and I'll be excited to have you back for Tales of Graces, which should be fun. Yeah, that's bizarre that you could end up accidentally buying something that you had no intention of buying, Grail. That does seem like a bug rather than a feature, but I guess it depends on what perspective you're looking at it from. I won't belabor the gushing about Tales of Eternia too much as we're getting into Graces, especially because I want to give Graces its due before we take a week off from it. So I'll just say succinctly, I can't wait to analyze it. It's one of those special games where I don't know if you've ever played through a game like this, but as I said over the last few streams, I truly couldn't put it down. And then when I did, I wanted to tell people like my friend and collaborator, Dan Hughes, that he really needs to play it. And I found myself grasping at even what the right analogy would be to explain this game to him, because it just felt like something so singular and an entity and artwork unto itself. So what I said to him basically was just, you need to play it. And then I thought about it, and instead of comparing it to any other game, I just said, I think the thing that's special to me about it is it might be one of those rare cases of a perfect game. And by that, I don't mean it's, my favorite Tales game. I don't mean it's the best video game of all time. I did love it. That's not to say I didn't love it, but I mean a perfect game. And I hope you've had games like this too in your gaming life, where you feel as if every aspect of the game, like each individual element, from characters to its plot, to its world, to the history, to even more arcane stuff like metaphysics and cosmology, to the exploration mechanics and gameplay and side quests, all the way to the lessons you take from it as a player and an audience member in terms of emotional impact and intellectual impact. They all just bend together into one kind of cohesive experience and insight where you really feel like you grasped something that was moving and comprehensible and inspiring and worth your time, and you're not scrambling to put all of the pieces together. It just feels right, and like something that works together. And especially in a JRPG, whether an old one or a new one, where there are so many different threads, and it can oftentimes feel almost too complex for its own good, so that it's sort of crumpling under its own weight. I feel like that feeling is all the rarer, but also all the more magical. And I really loved it. Grail, I know we'll have plenty of more opportunities to talk about it together, but for people like you, Pottery, and if you're someone who's watching and is a big Tales fan who has never played Tales of Eternia, and you need one philosopher hanging out on Twitch to give you a recommendation to push you over the end to try it for yourself, let me be that philosopher. I can't recommend it to you enough. What I would say is like my biggest endorsement of it from the Tales perspective is I thought about this before the stream, and I think I could really put a flag in the ground, and you could ask me about Tales of Eternia compared with any other particular Tales game that I've played up to this point in Tales of Praxis, either on the stream or on my own. And I think you could find a meaningful, substantive connection between Eternia and that game, whether it was a game that came before Eternia or that came afterwards. Not that all of those games are interconnected in such obvious ways, but I think one of the things that was so special and remarkable to me about Eternia was that as cohesive as it also felt, like we talked about before on the stream, very singular in terms of not having a bunch of sequels or spin-offs or other ties to the series, and yet you could see the faces of everything that the series would explore thereafter and everything that it had taken up prior to Tales of Eternia contained in that single package in a way that is just so special and fun and edifying, especially if you're a big fan of the series itself, these Tales games. So I'm sure sooner or later you'll be seeing a treatise from yours truly on it. It feels like that kind of game. But it's also that kind of game where I want to take time to sit with it and just think about what my way in is, because especially when it feels so comprehensively satisfying in the way that I described, it's not immediately obvious what the best mode of intervention is into it from an analytic perspective. And if you know me, I like putting pen to paper to offer perspectives on games and works of storytelling that offer you non-trivial, non-obvious ways to get something different and meaningful out of it. And especially when a game has said so much on its own, it's important, I think, for the analyst and the interpreter to find a way to add a layer to that without taking away from everything special that the game expresses in its own right on its own terms. So stay tuned. I'm sure I'll have something there. Got a number of other things in the wings between this Tales of Arise write-up and then something that I think will pertain to Beyond the Dawn, putting Dawn of the New World in conversation with Tales of Berseria, as I've alluded to before. I also, after I walked away from Fantasia, got a pretty cool article idea that I'm pretty stoked on in terms of situating that whole trilogy, Fantasia, Symphonia, Dawn of the New World, in context with one another in a way that helped me to appreciate it as a trilogy rather than three individual masterpieces. So we've got a lot to cover. We'll see how much we get done between now and the end of the year, and then it'll be dawn of a new year, and we'll still be doing a lot of this Tales of Praxis, which will be wonderful and rewarding, I have no doubt. It's nice that the chat is so chatty now, but it gives me more to keep up with, especially when I'm monologuing here. Inspired by Persona, you're speaking my language. Yeah, and Chrissy's ears perk up. I love that. Wow, Super Mario World is the only perfect game you believe in, Pottery. I can respect that. I think a lot of the whole spirit and ethos behind Mario and what makes him and his games so iconic and inspirational really is exactly what I was just describing in reference to Tales of Eternia. So there you go. That can be the bite-sized pitch that I will give to you, Pottery, and Grail will extract it and quote me back to me for weeks and months to come. I will say Tales of Eternia is the Super Mario World of Tales games. There's my pitch. I can do no better than that. Okay, Grail, you have a question on Eternia. What are my thoughts on the true antagonist? I love it. Yeah, Grail, I'm going to try to talk to you without spoiling anything for other people who are interested in the game and haven't played it. I think, to me, one of the things that was so moving about Tales of Eternia is I think it might be the best instance in a Tales game I've seen so far of something that I love in storytelling more broadly, and I've extolled the virtue of in the Tales game specifically. Like a big part of my Tales of the Abyss article is about this, the idea of using an entire cosmology and spiritual explanation of the origin of existence to not only ground the world and its story, but also as kind of an underpinning, supplementing the individual experiences of the characters in the world. And so I felt like it resonated to me more in terms of the way in which Tales of the Abyss is concerned with that spiritual journey versus Tales of Vesperia. Though, like I said before, I think you can draw connections between it and any other game, and certainly with a lot of what's going on with the Kremls versus the Entelikeia and ultimately the Summon Spirits, there's a ton of connective tissue that you can draw on there as well. Grail, I think you've said before you haven't played Final Fantasy IX, right? It was one that was on my mind a lot as I was playing this because regulars to the stream or people familiar with my work will know I have a lot of love for Final Fantasy IX. One of the articles that I've published in the last few years that's closest to my heart was a deep, deep dive into Final Fantasy IX. I think it was actually published the same year that Tales of Eternia got its localization. I think they were both 2000, but don't quote me on that. But there's a lot of connective tissue in terms of just their approach to JRPG-ness and similar themes. And so I will say, without too many spoilers and therefore being a little cagey about it, one of the things that I thought was really cool about Tales of Eternia is that while I love Final Fantasy IX and I think that its ultimate antagonist is more justified than most people give it credit for, I think Tales of Eternia was a great case of taking a somewhat similar antagonist and breathing life into it such that it logically manifests a lot of what's going on in the world, as opposed to being, in the technical sense of the term, a deus ex machina that comes from the outside in order to kind of comment on and resolve the inner mechanisms of the plot. So I was a huge fan of it. It didn't feel unnatural to me at all. Rather, it felt much more like a remarkably comprehensive and sophisticated, like mystical journey in the way that I describe again in my article on Tales of the Abyss, saying, okay, if you were to start as an individual person in the world and go on this kind of esoteric mystical journey to understand how it is that you came to exist, how your world came to be, what the fundamentals of that are, and what the right way to relate your spiritual understanding of existence to your like individual identity is, this would be sort of the game and the model for doing that in a way that actually relates pretty directly to a lot of practices and actual like bona fide mystic traditions in the real world. So I loved that. I thought it was really cool. We can talk about it much more, and I'm sure we will. Hey, Pizzicato, welcome back. Sorry, I'm responding to your message a few minutes after the fact. It's great to see you. Always a pleasure to see you hanging out in the stream. How have you been? If you're excited to dive into some new content in the Tales world, I hope to see you tomorrow too. We're going to be doing Tales of Arise's DLC on its kickoff day, which should be a lot of fun. Persona 5, there you go, Chrissy. See, so I mean what I said. I hope every gamer has that game for him or herself one way or another, whatever game that might be, because I think that is such a special and satisfying experience. I still haven't cracked Mario Bros. Wonder, Chrissy. So if other people have thoughts, I would love to hear recommendations. I didn't even realize until someone told me that it was a 2D platformer as opposed to a 3D one. I thought it was kind of the next mainline title after Odyssey, but I was Bobo the Fool after all, as it turns out. That's so funny to me too, Grail, that with all your technique and acumen at fighting games, you can't get good at platformers. But I think that speaks to a lot of what we've been talking about in terms of the diverse characters in JRPGs and our diverse modes of engagement with them, right? Like one of the reasons I think games are such a robust and interesting medium is that there are so many different modes of gaming, and according to the ones with which we engage, we can have radically different skill sets and radically different facilities with them. I'm the same way, as you all know by now. Oh, you mean what is the good with a capital G? Well, stick around. We're working through another JRPG. So by the time we get to the end of every JRPG ever played, we might have at least a first draft of an answer to that. All right, my friends. Well, to get back to the technical issue of Tales of Graces, and as a reminder, I'll give you time to make a hypothesis as to what was going on. No one has yet. It's okay if you haven't. I will tell you. But one of the reasons that, after my ire cooled down on Monday and I was reflecting on it, I really kind of enjoyed that stream and the whole experience was, I extol all the time the virtue of this real life JRPG party that we're a part of as we're going through these adventures in Tales of Praxis together. I take that really seriously. And of course, it can be a real life JRPG party in terms of the different moments of discussion and shared game experience and analysis that we have and the diverse personalities and perspectives of people in the chat. That's all true, but I think that's all also relatively positive and easy to manufacture through this kind of stream. I think the other part of JRPGs is everything to do with puzzles and conflict and things that are difficult to resolve and cause frustration that might lead you to spiral into existential doubt. And I don't mean to be blowing that issue out of proportion, but it was really one of those things that felt to me like a very real life case of the sort of puzzles or challenges that our characters encounter in JRPGs, and indeed that we've seen them encounter in these Tales of Praxis streams. And I thought that was interesting and fun to sit back and reflect on, not just because Aaron was having a hard time, but because it really does speak, I think, to how robust these hermeneutics from these games can be in interpreting our real life experiences. Because after I found myself sitting back and reflecting on the nature of the struggle I was having with the audio going in and out on the stream, I found myself thinking, man, it's so funny and fitting that that particular audio issue was coming up on a game like Tales of Graces. Because actually, the issue, in some ways, to me at least, reflects a lot of the core themes that we've already been meditating on in the game. Do you ever have these experiences where you're trying to remember or recollect certain vivid, formative moments of your past, or maybe you just had a dream that only came through to you experientially in bits and pieces, but it felt important, so you're trying to fill in the gaps, and yet the more you reach for it, the more you realize that there are certain aspects of the experience, maybe a certain emotional color or a certain look that someone gave you either in your past or in the dream, or indeed something that someone said that you can't quite grasp onto, but your force of will to try to experience it again causes you to kind of fill in the gaps from the present. I think, as abstract as that might sound, it's something that we experience a lot when we try to wrestle with the meaning of kind of other layers of experience or recollection and situate them in our present life. And indeed, that's what a lot of the game has been so far in terms of these characters, 7 years after their traumatic past, trying to figure out how to adjudicate and make sense of that experience we saw them share at the beginning of the game. And I found myself thinking, because this is what a philosopher of video game stories like myself does, I guess, while wandering around on any given day, man, what an interesting symbol for that. This idea of this audio and dialogue that we know ought to be there, and we keep trying to will it to appear and these characters to speak their minds, but it never quite comes. And so Aaron has to vocalize it in order to try to bring the color to that experience that we want to have, and yet is just outside our grasp. It might feel like reaching on a hump day evening to be thinking about a mere audio issue in a way such as this, but I don't think it is. Rather, I think it's a key aspect of what this kind of engagement with JRPGs can give to us in terms of interpretive schema for seeing our life and the things that we experience in different ways and drawing new connections. So that was my rumination on the nightmare madness that was Monday. I'll see if anyone made some educated guesses about what it was that actually happened, and then I will spill the beans. Oh, Grail is going to gaslight me from now on. I'm glad that you redeemed highlighting your message in order to just make everyone on the chat aware that the ongoing dynamic of Tales of Graces is going to be Grail gaslighting Aaron. Well, I'm here for that, whether I want to be or not. So speaking of real life JRPG party colors, so there you go. Well, you have to keep in mind, Grail, when I talk about JRPG puzzles, I've also been juggling between the kinds of puzzles that we got in Tales of Berseria and then the kind of puzzles that manifest in Tales of Destiny and Tales of Eternia, which are, in some ways, perhaps the ways you're pointing to is something like Resident Evil, a bit more Resident Evil-esque than they are of a piece with modern JRPG puzzles, because certainly JRPGs have gone through different eras and subcategories of perspectives on puzzle solving and the expectations they put upon the player for figuring out how to advance their story and go through dungeons and things like this. So maybe more of an old school JRPG puzzle. Herman, ew, ticks. Huh. My least favorite interpretive scholar, I guess. No, it's a good bit. I like that bit. Grail, you got to keep up with the bits. There you go. You know, it's a philosophy of games JRPG stream when we're dropping words like hermeneutics before even jumping into the game. So I'll jump back into the game. We can enjoy some dialogue, and I can enjoy my little cutaway being smaller so that the green screen issue won't make me lose my mind. The issue, which was one of those things where, once you take a step back to think about it, you kick yourself for not realizing it earlier. Again, like many old school puzzles in video games of whatever genre you might be thinking of. So you might recall, if you've been paying attention on the stream, that I have two versions of the Tales of Graces disc, because the one that I originally played on was a used copy that worked fine the first time I played it, and then I found out it was damaged and had issues with it when I went back to it. And so I got a new disc, and I thought, well, I'm building out my library, so it'll be nice to get a new copy with the right cover art anyway, because I had one of those copies. I don't know if you have any of these in your library, but it was one of those used games, I think from GameStop, where it just gives you like the generic GameStop cover that has nothing to do with the game itself. So I found myself saying, yeah, I really want to do the game right by having, an actual copy of it, including the actual physical covering. So had 2 copies of the game. But when I went to set up the new PS3 that I got a couple months ago for Tales of Praxis, I got the game set up using the old copy, which was still running well enough, it seemed, to be able to get going on the hardware and boot up and everything like that. But wouldn't you know it, the game, the disc was damaged in such a way that even though the PS3 told me it had downloaded everything it needed to run the game, since the PS3 is one of those setups where, yeah, it's a physical disc, but it still needs to download data off of it in order to run the game, it kind of just like gave up during that download process, I guess. And so it wasn't even an issue with the disc per se, but the data that had been taken off the disc and put onto the PS3 was incomplete. So it had nothing to do with the audio settings. It was that, it seemed like certain voiced lines weren't there. It's because the data literally weren't there in the PS3. So it was going to call it and simply nothing was showing up. So hilarious, right? Because here I thought Aaron was making weird audio tweaks and the issue was getting worse. No, I think what hilariously would have happened if we continued going with the game was just, it would have continued to degrade as we got further into the story until we all felt like we were collectively descending into madness and didn't know what to do. But, after troubleshooting everything else and being misled by people online who seemed to be having the same issue from my perspective, but were actually having substantively different issues with their audio setup, I finally said, look, I'm gonna dump all of the game data. I'll try downloading again off the clean disk, and instantly fixed. So sometimes the issue ain't that hard. It just requires a little shift in perspective, like many of those puzzles, old and new. Isn't that funny how it goes? But hey, we solved it and we learned something about ourselves and the real life JRPG party along the way. So everyone wins, I guess. Yeah, I think it was just a loose disc, Chrissy, exactly. Yeah, the thing that was nuts to me was like, I was complaining to Dan because in my mind, the PS2 is still like the paragon of old school systems because it's a brick house. I fully believe that my PS2 that I've had, since it was new will outlive all of my other systems, including future ones that haven't even been built yet. And then the PS4 is similarly like just a radically easy to use, easy to integrate system that has so much built in. And the PS3 was just like, if you know the PS3, you know it by its reputation. It was so ambitious. It was trying to do a lot of stuff. It has a lot of great stuff in it, but I think because it was trying to be like, 3 years ahead of its time, everything was kind of patched together in a way that didn't quite work exactly as you'd want it to, which results in weird issues like, my needing to replace my old PS3 because it overheated. And so I finally ran out of patience with the hack that I found that people recommended online of, hotbox your PS3 with a blow dryer in order to get around the yellow light of death that it throws sometimes. This is a real thing, if you've never heard of this. Or bizarre little idiosyncrasies like the game saying it pulled all of the data it needed and that it can run, but the hardware is just straight up lying to you. So interesting piece of gaming history, the PS3. I'm sure that the PS4 and PS5 wouldn't be the same systems without it. And it's an interesting system with a lot of character, but a lot of the character comes from stories such as this. Yeah, that would be the real JRPG dissolution into metaphysics, wouldn't it, Chrissy? If first we lost all of the sound and that happened gradually, and then the graphics started decomposing, and then ultimately it was just a white blank screen. Oh no, the more we're talking about it, the more I almost want to play an avant-garde game that does exactly that. That's my problem. I get too excited about this nonsense, and then I'm like, oh, can someone just make that game, please? Yes, we have met Pascal Pottery. That was one of the main things you missed. We wandered through the ruins with her, saw the projections of Sophie, learned the word lambda without any further context, met Duke Dallin at Grailside. Grail was very excited to see the duchy that was named after him, of course. And then the last stream for all of the audio issues we were having. I think thankfully we didn't experience that much in terms of the main story, but there were some pretty significant beats, so I will remind everyone of that. So we went through the events in the duchy, a lot of planning of the assault that subsequently happened on Wallbridge. I shouldn't say assault, I should say infiltration. And then also, one of the things that was really interesting to me in terms of the intertextual Tales of Praxis context was we found out that there's this system of energy, Eleth, in the world. We knew that already, but there are also these things, I think, called glyphs that seem to be rough analogs, maybe, to things like summon spirits that we get in other games. Pascal acquired this one called Sylph that she can summon as a mystic art. But interestingly, especially for our purposes, that's all been borne out in side content so far, as opposed to most of the other games where if they do invoke things like summon spirits or similar kind of elemental entities, it's pretty tightly interlocked and constitutive of the game's main plot. So interested to see where that goes. And then we infiltrated Wallbridge, and really the key beats that we want to remember. Richard seemed to be killed in a very untelegraphed and unceremonious way by a random guard, but then suddenly he was up and at him and seemingly possessed of this kind of madness and un-Richard, just resentful rage with which he attacked the guard, and everyone else had to basically talk him down. And then at the very end of the stream, Malik, acting under the auspices of the Knights of the Realm, and therefore serving the treasonous Archduke, now presumably King, Cedric, challenged the party, fought them, was defeated, but respected and admired Asbel for basically coming to be a knight on his own terms, even though Asbel chose to side with Richard rather than the realm. And I think that brings us up to current. We had just seen that in the wake of the battle and confrontation between Richard's supporters from the Duchy and the main Knights of Windor. Windor is the name of the kingdom, I think, right? I'm sure you'll correct me if that's wrong. Sharia had shown up and was treating the wounded. So we were going to go see and find her and presumably reconnect with her. And I think that brings us up to current. You say every system has planned obsolescence, Grail, and also my Game Boy Advance SP runs like I just took it out of the shrink wrap yesterday. So different tiers of planned obsolescence, let's say. I do remember when you told me to play Inscription, Pottery, wink and nod. Well, I'll put it this way. I will take that message and signal alone as reason to bump it up on my list. So when I ever get a spare moment from all of this Tales of Praxis stuff, Inscription is probably the next thing that I'll play. Thank you for the reminder, though, especially in that context. That is exciting to hear. Yeah, Grail was a helper in the last stream and posted the scene that was not voiced. Yeah, Grail, feel free to show that again if you want to. It is a great scene, and like I said, we didn't lose too many story beats by virtue of all these audio issues, but we missed some pretty important ones. So I'm sorry for that. If you do want to go back and find the voice versions on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that. Yeah, we were talking about it and recapping the Monday stream, Doug. Yeah. Eternal Sonata is also on the list. Look, it's a long list. It's a long list, my friends. But hey, that's the joy of doing something like games, right? It's always a never-ending and always expanding list. That's part of the fun. All right, my friends. Well, I was hoping we would get into Tales of Graces at an accelerated pace, since we're going to be taking a week break from it. But I guess between the audio issues and some old familiar friendly faces coming back and just getting ready for Beyond the Dawn tomorrow, we had a lot of housekeeping to do. I would say it was warranted, but let's not dwell on it any further. Welcome back, my friends. Pleasure to have you. Let's see what happens next, and more to the point, let's hear what happens next here on Tales of Graces. I mean, I do need to warm up for the 5-hour blocks, so I wouldn't be averse to that. I always hate changing up the schedule on other folks. in case they had blocked out a certain amount of time, but I would certainly be happy to go extra. Let's see, where we're at and what we're feeling in terms of where the story is when we reach the regular appointed sign-off time, and we can always make a game day call at that point. Yes, so Padre, not only have we met Pascal, but I got so excited about the advent of Sylph that I decided it would be fun to take her out for a spin for a bit. So we were trying out Richard, and then we switched to Pascal. No, Padre.
What are you doing here?
Isn't it so nice how we heard that line? And I'll tell you, for A/B testing my various audio tweaks, the amount of times I saw this without hearing that line, music to my ears now, that girl's beautiful melodic voice. No, hilariously, Padre, so totally separate thing. You missed that stream too, I take it. That was just getting a different converter to be able to use the HDMI output from the PS3 as opposed to the component output that I was using before. So yes, glad it's looking crisper to you. That should also be much improved going on, but totally separate from the audio thing. No, you have. I get it. I don't mean to call you out. I'm glad to have you back now. They have voices? Jesus Christ. It's like we've jumped like 10 years in the development cycle.
I was so worried when the two of you left Lant. And you are? I'm Pascal. Totally nice to meet you, Sharia. Yes. Nice to meet you as well.
So what are you doing here?
I joined a relief organization made up of volunteers from Lant. I wanted to help those who were hurt in the battle.
A relief organization, huh?
You came to a battlefield to help people? That's so totally noble and brave and stuff.
There you go, Doug. I love that you continue refining and updating your hypotheses as we go on here. You'll know, I don't think you were with us for the Tales of Vesperia stream, but I think these games really encourage and reward those who sort of actively try to understand and update their understanding of the world along with the characters in the story. So I think the more time and effort we put into that, we're only rewarded by it.
Come on, let's take you to Richard.
Did I say Vesperia? I meant Cisteria. Words. It's been a long day. A long Eternia-themed week, so if I muddle some of the names, please forgive me. I know you all know what I mean, also.
I'm sure he'll be willing to support your cause.
He was gonna go see the Duke, right? So where's that?
Oh, come on. We all know Vesperia is a very short game. We could get through it in like an afternoon.
Sophie,
On March 32nd.
Your hair is filthy, and you're covered in dirt. Have you been bathing regularly? No. What? You're supposed to take care of her.
I am taking care of her! But I mean, come on! There's only so much I can do, you know?
I suppose. Look, I'll clean you all up soon, alright? Okay. It's not like skipping a few baths will kill you. Yes, it will. Dirty people are unhealthy people. Everyone knows that. I'm going to scrub you both down later. You okay? You okay?
Oh, after a line like that, I feel like I can smell Pascal through the monitor.
Stop that. Don't mimic her.
I don't want to know.
She's like their mother.
You made that T-posing joke, Grail, and then right after that we got the side-by-side poses of Pascal and Sophie. I love that. Oh, the Silly Things tracks are some of my favorites. It's true, they have been busy with a few relatively important things, Doug. Yeah, had I had a little bit of extra time, I would have just reset OBS before the stream, and I imagine that would clear the little issue with the webcam, but I was already running late. You know, it adds character and flavor, right? Keeps it interesting. All right, we're going back to the center tower. Oh, I was so relieved to no longer have to voice every single line of dialogue that I totally forgot about voicing the like the little throwaway NPC lines that aren't voiced. I will get back into the habit of that. Oh, I think I'm going in the wrong direction. I think it's the other way. Oh no, it's already begun. Grail, why? Why? I'm a psychically fragile man after the Monday stream. Please, don't tug at the thread. I think we can be a little silly and degenerate. I think the games expect that of us. I think this is the far end of the fort, actually. Man, I really missed being confused in Wallbridge. That was the other big theme of the Monday stream, for those who missed it, being confused in Wallbridge. Oh, that's right, we have to be on the east side, don't we? That's what was tripping me up. Thank you, Grail. That is an interesting question that I've also never stopped and contemplated. Which is the least overtly sexy Tales game? I wonder. I feel like I would need to take a step back and evaluate all of them to even, like, wrap my head around the question. I feel like at first pass, part of me wants to go with Zisteria, which is maybe not all things considered the right answer, but we spent so much time thinking about how Saray was, well, what was our joke? Ruined sexual? Like just not really engaged with the sexual dimension of life at all, because his interests were squarely oriented elsewhere. So obviously there were some sexualized elements of the game, but I think since the whole plot was focalized through his adventure, it felt like a relatively sexless game to me.
More soldiers are rallying to our cause after news of your highness's victory.
I don't know, you get some in Fantasia. Like, I forgot there was a whole joke about how Archie couldn't go and meet with the unicorn because there'd been this one boyfriend in her past, so it's not a sexless game. Oh no. Oh no, we're building running gags for the Graces stream.
I doubt even Archduke Cedric can match our strength now.
Isn't it great how we can hear these voices? I'm just never gonna get tired of it. All right, fair counterpoint, Pottery. I don't have much of a comeback for that.
The false king shall soon topple and fall. My dear uncle must be trembling in his
Especially
boots.
once he decides to take off the shirt post Berseria and become true final forms of Vid. Notice, all right, this is kind of a dumb thing to draw everyone's attention to since we didn't have the voice acting last stream, but you can see it in some of the syntax and just his locution, even without the voice acting, like very clearly sort of a different edge to Richard's voice and how he's thinking about things now versus how he was thinking about things as we were planning the trip to the duchy and then the infiltration of Wallbridge.
That's Richard?
Asbel, you're here. Good. We've come a long way.
Well, you certainly have. Are we going to talk about that thing that happened? Or?
When Verona falls, the war will be over. Then this country will know what it means to face true justice. Who are you?
Sharia Barnes. It's been a long time, Your Highness.
Sharia, did you hear my appeal and come to join the fight?
Yeah, that would be a good candidate, Grail. I would agree. I feel like Eternia struck me as relatively sexless, which was interesting because in terms of sort of the aspects of mysticism and like journey of cosmic rectification in it versus something like Tales of the Abyss, like I was talking about earlier. Not that this has to do with the overt sexiness of Tales of the Abyss, but like I talk about in my publication on it, I see kind of the love shared between Luke and Tyr as something that is like a key aspect of the cosmic story that happens in the universe. And you don't have kind of a similar sort of like romantically transcendent love between individuals. You have different faces of love. Love is an equally important thing in Eternia, but not in a like sexually charged way.
No, I...
Fear not. Once I reclaim my throne, I will save the good people of Lot.
Sharia came to help the wounded.
I've heard great things about Catherine Full Body. Never played it, but yeah, that's been a longtime favorite of Dan's. Not just because it's Atlas, but I'm sure the fact that it's Atlas helps.
Ah, excellent. I have many injured men, and your skills will be most welcome.
Thank you.
Healing our allies must be your top priority. As such, you may ignore the prisoners.
You may even hurt them if you wish.
What?
Those who lend aid to my uncle are no better than beasts. Even their wounded deserve no mercy.
I mean, I was just making a joke, Richard. You don't have to double down on it, man.
They're still citizens of Windor.
Those who stand against me have no place in my kingdom.
But Richard...
Everyone must know the consequences of disloyalty. This is why I plan to have the traitors executed. They nearly killed me. Their crimes are unforgivable. Death is the only thing those scum deserve.
Richard, no! You have to reconsider!
Do you really think so, Asbel?
Ooh.
They weren't fighting you because they wanted to.
Oh, never a good sign when the music stops in a scene like this.
Only a coward would kill his own citizens out of fear.
You dare lecture me on the rules of proper kingship?
No, I'm just trying to help.
Silence! I will hear no more of this!
Wow.
Do not forget your place simply because I have shown you kindness.
It is. I had forgotten in my head how quickly this turn happens because remember, it was not very long ago at all that Richard was meeting Asbel again for the first time in 7 years and saying, and you know, I'm so happy to see you because you're one of the very few people in my entire life whom I've genuinely trusted.
Your Highness. Take His Highness inside and fetch a doctor immediately. Asbel Lot, you are suspended from duty.
Certainly mad with something.
We shall consider your recent behavior and decide an appropriate punishment.
What's gotten into Richard?
Are you and Richard fighting? But you're friends.
Friends. Yeah, we're friends. But I just don't know what he's thinking anymore.
I'm worried about him too.
I know. He never used to get angry like that.
His Highness has recovered. Also, we have decided to postpone a decision on the fate of the prisoners. For now, they will remain under guard here in Wallbridge.
Thank you.
You, however, are ordered to distance yourself from the prince.
Yes, sir.
You are free to continue fighting for us, but will no longer be afforded any special treatment.
Understood, sir.
Well, this day has been a little nuts.
Yeah, to put it mildly, Pascal. This is a good callback to something that we were thinking about way back in the childhood arc. Also, everything that we just saw with Duke Dallin, because we show up at Grail's side, and it's so nice, especially after the assassination attempt on Richard, to see someone who just immediately trusts and supports Richard and wants to help the party and helps him plan to be able to retake his kingdom. But then once Richard seemingly goes nuts and loses his sense of self, and Dallin is still right by his side, supporting him completely unquestioningly, it puts one in mind of the same way in which we saw Aston just being totally subordinate and servile to the various envoys from Verona who came to visit Lant. You remember that? And we talked about how he was sort of representing himself as a dog or this kind of servant in the same way that he treated those beneath his own station. And so we're seeing that now, I think, in a new face as we're experiencing this new arc.
Oh, hey, Sharia. Are y'all done zapping the wounded?
Zapping the wounded.
So what you gonna do now, Asbel?
She sure has a way with words, Pascal.
From how the Duke spoke, I don't know how much longer I'll be welcome here.
Will you go back to Lant?
I almost feel for all we're saying about him, Doug, that Shakespeare could pen a play about this Richard fellow.
I have no place in Lant. You know that.
But maybe if you talked it over.
Why bother? I was never fit to rule anyway.
That's not true.
So how are things in Lant right now?
Well, Hubert he's doing a lot for the people.
The thing about having lost the voices is I return to them with a whole new appreciation. Like, there's a really impressive subtlety to me with which the voice actors are reading the lines of, like, Asbel and Sharia especially, where, like, Asbel is so torn up between his kind of lack of faith in himself and depression and wrestling with his past, but also trying to figure out how to do the right thing in the present. And Sharia is still, trying to keep herself emotionally guarded, but also supporting her friends and wanting to have that connection that she's lost. Like, there's a lot going on in the intonation of their voices.
He was actually the one who suggested I start the relief organization.
I see. All right. For now, I'll stay here and fight for Richard.
Yeah, aesthetically, I feel like that would be a great match between Ras and Richard Grail, but thematically, in terms of their roles in the stories, I mean, let's watch Tales of Graces play out, but I have a few follow-up questions. Let's leave it at that.
Even if he's angry with me, I can still help.
Plus, who knows? Maybe he'll change his mind or something. Do you mind if I come with you? If he invades the capital, there will be a lot of people who need our assistance, and I don't want to leave Sophie again. You know, I could take care of you too, if you just liked me.
Just let me touch
All right.
you.
If that's what you want, Sharia.
Thank you.
Ah, damn, you got me there. They are indeed both blonde. And you not just sword, rapiers. Though a specific kind of sword. Yeah, your typical Mad Prince package, exactly. I will say, Grail, though, like, this is why, as much as anything, Tales of Praxis is so much fun for me, because I say that about Ras and Richard, and then my monkey brain is sitting here as I'm working through Tales of Graces, asking, like, well, okay, but what exactly are their arcs and how are they related? And I guess this is not really a spoiler, especially since you seem to be the only one with background on Eternia, but I almost feel like based on my memory of Richard and the Arc of Graces, there's a certain way in which you could see their arcs as kind of like antithetical to one another, as in sort of like the same shape of an arc but going in opposite directions. And sometimes, like, as much as that might make you think at first blush, like, well, they don't really resonate well with one another, it can actually mean that, you know, that's one of the best ends to something like comparative study, thinking like, okay, if we put this character who's sort of similarly structured but going through something that is directionally different than the other in conversation with that other, how can we see them in new light? So it's not my way of saying, oh, I'm going to turn around and do a character study on Ras and Richard, but stranger things have happened. Yeah, I don't know whether it was the last one, Pottery.
Your team will be allowed to join us in battle.
I'm sure that Grail would know, but it certainly is, yeah, refreshing to be back in that world after Berseria and Cisteria. There you go. I knew Grail would know. Let's get at the next save point. All right, awesome. Thank you, Grail.
However, you will not belong to the regular army. Instead, you will function as an independent commando unit.
I understand. Please tell the Duke and His Highness that we will do our best.
Oh God, the party's not showering and they're going commando? Thank God video games don't come with smell.
Sounds like it just means we can do whatever we want.
Sharia, Hubert, everyone has a place and a purpose, but what about me? Well, pouting about it won't change anything. For now, I'll just do what I can to help Richard.
I know friends who have departed for South Barona High Road. You should ask them for information about the front lines. Ah, giving us the advice to do exactly what you were saying, Grail. Yeah, you do have to pity poor Asbel. I mean, not only did he go through everything in his childhood, then to be banished from his hometown by his estranged brother, but then to pick himself up and find a purpose outside of his inheritance and his role in the Knights by becoming Richard's sword, only for then Richard to almost immediately start going crazy and leave Asbel again feeling alienated and bereft of any purpose. Like, it's telling, and I think, you know, given the arc of JRPGs and the sorts of things they want us to attend to, something worth keeping our eye on, that every time he tries to find a meaning according to which to orient himself in the world, through which to sculpt his identity, it's almost immediately seized from him, and he has to figure out a new way forward. Take care to check your titles and arts before engaging the enemy. Now, we found plenty to appreciate in Zesty and Bestie when all is said and done. We can poke fun, but they're masterpieces in their own rights. We did it! Now Grailside can be at peace. Yeah, seriously. Well, I guess that's the other side of it, Doug, right? Like, at least Asbel has the self-awareness and moral fiber to recognize, oh, maybe I shouldn't just be blindly following Richard when it seems like he's off his rocker. Like, he recognizes that having made himself as Richard's sword and then seeing what Richard is doing, there's a problem and a conflict between the two of them that he needs to figure out how to adjudicate. All we can do is try to save those who have been wounded.
You were right by Richard's side, Asbel. Couldn't you have stopped him?
Come on, Sharia. Don't you feel bad for Richard? He was almost murdered by his own uncle.
I'm trying to understand, but it's difficult. Is more fighting really the only solution?
I can understand that you feel sorry for all the wounded, Sharia, but I don't think you're being very fair about this.
Wait, you don't have to... Oh, Asbel, can you not see that Richard was in the wrong here?
It is telling, like Asbel is clearly in conflict, but also, he's clearly still trying to justify Richard perhaps more than he should, probably out of the need to preserve his own self-concept like we were talking about, but in that spirit, it's really illuminating that last skit to me that there's been so much focus ever since that conversation with Richard overlooking the countryside on Richard's deep-seated desire to put an end to war. That was basically his one guiding objective from the time he was a kid. So for him now to effectively be war-mongering in an effort to reclaim Winder from his uncle, like that as much as anything should be a clear and present signal to Asbel that there's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Okay, let's do this. Ready? Wheel bigger! Closer! Ready? Over already?
Yeah, but I think like what the game is doing a pretty good and subtle job of prompting us to consider right now, Grail, I would say, is the distinction between justifications in the ends which one is pursuing and justification in the means one is taking to reach those ends, right? Like, I think it's two separate issues to first ask, well, is Richard justified in reclaiming the throne and the right to rule from his uncle? Versus asking, well, is Richard justified in waging a war against Winder and totally disregarding all prisoners and being as violent and causing as much bloodshed as possible in pursuit of that goal, especially when it's not just the violence per se that's at issue, but also the fact that those means, like I was saying, in a certain sense, do violence to Richard's character as we understand it so far in terms of the values that he endorses and shapes his own identity according to. The fate of Winder rests on this battle. We need every last man to fight as if there's no tomorrow. Oh, peach gels. Fantastic. Hey, what's this line for? Vendel didn't attack us, right? Oh, lordy. I hope not. Lordy, lordy.
Okay, let's do this. I think that's all of them.
Yeah, definitely feel free to share your hypotheses whenever you like, Doug. Like I mentioned, I think last stream, maybe the stream before, it's a hard game to talk around in terms of like hypothesizing what might be happening when you know what's actually happening. So it might be hard for people like myself or Grail or Pottery to respond or engage without spoiling, but I think the act of hypothesizing and trying to understand and update your models along the way is really, really important. So definitely, please feel free to share those with the group. Is there any fun dualizing we can do at this point? I think I mentioned this back in the cave, Grail, but those starfish, man, like between their speed and their tiny little hitboxes, like they always frustrate me more than they should whenever I run into them in any Tales game. Bad stuff imminent. Now that's a hypothesis I think we can all get behind, Chrissy. You make some cogent and trenchant points. Excellent. And everyone knows bad things never happen in the context of friendship. Friendships are always purely good, especially across many, many years. If life has taught us anything, it's that. Thank you for reminding me about cooking things, Grail, because you know me well enough and my Tales gameplay styles well enough by now to know that I certainly would have never checked that out on my own. Alright, we still have money, right? Yeah, we have a little bit of money. I think we're good, though. We don't really have any other crystals to use for dualizing right now anyways. Yeah, wait, so how even... Like, when you say she gets titles for cooking, how, like, how do you even manually cook in this game? Because I know how to cook with the mixer, but I'm not seeing a cooking, cooking button. Oh, I just dualize food items, alright. Well, I'm really happy you explained that to me because I never would have bothered to do that. But see, that's unusual to me though, because like we've been talking about how great the game is with tutorial systems, and I don't think it ever explicitly explained it to us that this counts as cooking. So interesting. Rice porridge, all right. Well, there you go. Oh, I do remember we did this before when I was first trying out dualizing, though. It's not as if it's totally new. Alright, there, we did a little cooking. Yeah, I got a little bit more into cooking food just out of necessity and also mild curiosity in the system in Tears of the Kingdom, Chrissy, but yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm big into cooking in the real world, like I've said before, but just, I think there are just some systems and like modes of engagement with works of fiction that don't resonate with certain people, and cooking for whatever reason is one of those with me. Maybe just because it seems so banal in a way that, I don't want to say feels beneath the sort of gameplay that I enjoy doing, but put it this way, I know you've mentioned stuff like Harvest Moon and Slice of Life stuff before that you really like, so I wouldn't be surprised that you really like cooking systems. Those sorts of just lived-in, everyday experience games don't really resonate with me, so I imagine that the reason that I don't really engage with a lot of cooking systems is probably a consequence of that same underlying cause. I'm no fan of war, but sometimes you must fight to protect your own. Take care, you guys. Apple Joe! All right. Oh, okay, so you can't just cook a bunch of the same item. That is useful. Thank you, Grail. Yeah, I didn't understand that. Got it. Yeah, so I'm sure that'll open up once we get more items to use.
This won't take long.
You were great, Pascal. Oh, you finally realized my greatness? Let's celebrate with a high five! Huh?
Yeah, well, I would say, Doug, I mean, I'm so sorry that it was ultimately, in your words, killed, but I'm certainly an ardent believer that time and effort spent, especially in creative or literary projects that you really care about, especially over extended periods of time, is never a waste and can oftentimes lead to a lot of really meaningful and valuable insights for yourself, you know, even if it doesn't end up being quite what you expected or wanted at the end of the day. So, admire you for having done that. Yeah, I'm sorry, it ultimately seems like it didn't work out. We're attempting to capture the main Barona gate, but we're stationed here until we receive the signal. Here, why don't you take this, just in case, you know? NSA bottle, even the ones who are facing this way? Yeah, there you go. And here I was thinking I didn't want to bother the ones who weren't looking at us. All we can do now is fight. That's all there is to it. Hourglass? Oh my god. That's the lesson of the game, especially when it looks like people are ignoring you. Go out of your way to engage them, and they will give you very valuable endgame items. We must reclaim our nation from Cedric and his vile band of usurpers. Life bottle. They told us not to go any further until new orders arrive. Wait, here, take this. Now let's all get out of this alive. Well, it is nice that even though Richard is being an inexplicable monster, all of his knights and foot soldiers are being really supportive. Justice is on our side in this battle. We must not be afraid to lay down our lives for this cause. All divide! Alright. All divide elixir and hourglass. I love it.
I was afraid of this. They've closed the gates to the capital.
I don't see Richard anywhere.
What should we do, Asbel?
We're a commando unit, right? So we should just kick back and wait for something to commando.
I don't want to hear that kind of talk. There has to be something we can do.
Yeah, okay, Captain Bring Down. You should try having fun once in a while.
Sorry.
If Richard isn't here, then there must be some other way of reaching the castle, right?
Yeah, good point. Let me think about it.
Yeah, that's fair, Chrissy. And I feel like that ability to recognize and appreciate the aesthetics of something like cooking, independent of the survivalism or just necessary everyday routine of it, I can certainly wrap my head around and appreciate. I think then, my feeling is, in at least the games I've played with cooking systems, I don't feel like, as cool as a dualizing system is, it doesn't strike me as something that's really pulling out like the underlying essential aesthetics of cooking, so to speak. It seems more like a functional apparatus. So maybe that is my way into it, right? Maybe I just need to find a game that highlights the aesthetics of cooking as kind of my into the systems, so to speak. Oh, awesome. Look at you, Grail, pointing out all the different ways in which we can acquire titles. So helpful, thank you.
I hope Captain Malik's okay.
You really love that captain guy, huh?
It's more than that. I respect him. He taught me all sorts of things about being a knight.
So what's night school like anyway? Was it all fun and filled with teenage pranks or whatever?
Not really. Actually, I didn't have a lot of time to goof off.
No?
The instructors and students were all working towards the same shared goal. My 7 years there just kind of flew by.
Well, that doesn't sound all that bad to me. What do you think, Sharia? How would I know? Rawr! All this school talk rub you the wrong way?
It's interesting the way he talked about the 7 years flying by. That strikes me as resonating with what I was calling out a few streams ago in terms of the idea of the 7-year time jump as lost time, not only for the consumers of the narrative, but also for the characters in it. They just kind of blocked it out or otherwise
You come here on His Highness's orders?
were unable or unwilling to process their past during that time, and were therefore kind of suspended in a timeless state. Yeah, no, it takes so much skill to do great voice acting, as we all ought to know and appreciate. But put yourself in a weird, glitchy situation like I was on Monday, and you will very quickly experience and appreciate it from the inside, so to speak. Yeah, all my love to great voice actors in the world. Our games and media truly would not be the same without them.
What orders? Did the prince come this way?
Yes, he took a squad inside just before you arrived.
I see. All right, let's follow them.
All right, and we're off. To the catacombs? Oh no! I'm not ready for more trauma, guys. Come on. Only bad things happen when we're here.
Very sad to announce. I think that's all of them.
Friggin' bonies.
I don't anticipate a challenge.
Okay, no one can stand before my blade.
I mean, I wouldn't call that insane. I would just call that a gift. It also doesn't surprise me because I'm of the mind that I think there's a lot of overlap between different ways of engaging in and loving and appreciating stories and works of fiction and just areas of inquiry in our life more broadly. So, for instance, Grail, the fact that you create your own works of fiction and love the stories of others so much and breathe life into your own characters all squares to me very naturally with the idea that you would also be great at voicing and giving life to characters in that way. I love this track too. I just wanted to pause for the music for a second because we've been having so many great conversations about Grace's music. I think it's one of those tracks where, especially the first time you hear it, it can seem almost too simple. Like it's really just 3 notes on repeat, right? But it initially has just a nice sense of foreboding. And then I think it's also so simple that when you're called back to these catacombs in later visits, after that core trauma happens here at the end of the childhood arc, the music is just such an immediate way of pulling you back to and grounding you in that traumatic experience. It's a leitmotif, but a very in-your-face one in terms of creating the aesthetic experience of everything that these kids live through together.
This won't take long.
I was actually thinking when I said that about contrasting it with the prison theme, because I think they're both simple, but as much as I was trying to defend the prison theme against you in Berseria, I think it is kind of a...
About how I could think more seriously about things. Oh, brother.
It's like a simplistic kind of grunge that, you know, you can tie it into the story in the way that I did, but I think it has less of a centrally aesthetic impact on our experience of the story than something like what's going on here in the catacombs. Yeah, the abandoned factory also just looks a lot like this area. That's another one that I was thinking about the first time we went here, besides the Wiesent of Kados. Mysterious liquid! A potentially dangerous liquid. Your odds of surviving a single drop look to be about 50-50. Play those odds any day.
I don't anticipate a challenge. I guess the rumors are true. I really am that awesome.
Has anyone been playing or reading or watching anything else good or interesting as we wind our way into the middle of November and almost the end of the year already, if you can believe it? Oh yeah, good to know, Grail. I'll keep that in mind. I'm always a fan of spread, too. That usually gets me where I want to go. That seems like a lot to be dealing with, Doug, definitely. Aha, you're gonna crack it tonight, Pottery? I'm jealous. I want to, but Telling myself it's going to be worth doing it for the stream. So hopefully we have a lot of fun with it, and it does feel worth it. But yes, sitting on it even for, like 16 or 20 hours, however long it'll be, is a sheer act of will on my part. Yeah, fair enough. There you go. Making the effort just for Tales of Praxis. I love that. Look at you.
Asbel, you're here.
It's nice to be able to live in a literary project of your own making like that, though, Grail. It can be nice. It can feel nice or all-consuming, or sometimes both. So it seems like you've been having fun with it, though, from the outside.
As you can see, we were ambushed and all my men slain.
I will ignore that. I choose to believe it's just for the stream and just for me. And there's nothing you can say that will convince me otherwise.
I alone managed to survive.
This place is dangerous. You should let us take it from here.
Impossible. I must settle things with my uncle personally.
Well then, at least let us accompany you.
Very well.
It's always so unnerving in a Tales game where they have just a bunch of bodies strewn across the floor. Happens more often than I remembered in this series. Oftentimes to great effect. My liege, but please be careful. The knights are strong. Oh, were any of the other ones still dying as opposed to dead? I just assumed they were dead. Oh wow, that sounds brutal, Chrissy. You should talk to Dan about true crime sometime if you haven't. No, they're all dead. He's huge into true crime documentaries. Which is fun for me because I'm not, but I can use him as a filter to see the like the most interesting ones that bubble up to the top of his radar that he then says that I have to watch or that he makes us watch together. Evil Genius? Maybe that's a relatively mainstream one nowadays, but it's on Netflix, and that holds up in my limited experience of true crimes as one of the most just harrowing, interesting, unbelievable real stories with so many twists and turns in a true crime saga. So that would be my top recommendation for something like that. Oh yeah, if you ever need recommendations or want to gush about the ones that you're enjoying, he's the guy to message about it. See you, Pottery. Enjoy dinner. It's such a cooking-themed stream. Let us know what you're making if you want. I don't want to die. God. Yeah, I get that, Grail. And that's probably one of those things, not to put words in your mouth, but I would imagine, because I've had situations like this too, where you're so excited to have had that realization because it adds so much to the overall shape of what it was that you wanted to say all along. But also you're almost bummed out or scared that you had that insight because it requires so much reworking and reconsideration. This at least is how Aaron feels when he encounters similar experiences or revelations in his analytic work. Oh wow, yeah, I haven't even watched it recently enough to remember what it is to which you're alluding, but it was certainly that kind of documentary, so I'm not surprised, yeah. That's one of those things where, like, I feel for people who don't have the stomach for every kind of content, and I increasingly, as I get older, feel blessed that I guess that I'm a senseless monster who is able to consume anything, because oftentimes, yeah, I mean, they They won't warn you, and it can be kind of hard to guess how much is going to be represented very directly and literally, especially in like a true crime documentary or something like that.
No, stop. Don't come out.
I beg your pardon.
Richard, are you alright? Are you hurt? It's the wound you took at Wallbridge, isn't it? Or is it the poison you told me about? The one given to your father?
Yes. My uncle tried to poison my father. And, as I expected, he did the same to me. But when that didn't work, he came at us directly. I will make him pay. He will curse the day he tried to take my life.
It's like he's willfully reminding himself of the justification for the horrible things he wants to do to his uncle.
Richard.
So this is information we all know already.
We've wasted enough time. Let's go.
Yeah, pretty dramatic tone change, Grail. Like a shift to a cold and singular resolution. And like Asbel desperately wanting to see justifications for whatever's going on with Richard and not kind of being willing to address the heart of the matter. Damned treasonous rebels. You have no chance of winning. Oh, and here I thought he was going to give us an apple gel or something. Twin vases. Well, maybe once twin vases. Now perhaps more twinless.
No, a little to the left. There, yes. Ooh, Sharia, that feels great. What is this? I've never heard of this healing method. It's acupuncture. Acupuncture? What does it do? Oh, that feels really good. I don't know. I'm still studying it. Whoa, wait a minute. You're having me perform a treatment on you, and you don't even know what it does?
Ever the scientist.
Huh? Those two are off in their own little world again.
Such fabulous vases, wouldn't you agree? A shame only one remains intact.
Sorry. To be honest, I don't really know anything about antiques.
That was not so obvious to me, Grail, but thank you, and I will do that now just so I don't forget, because I would hate to forget something like that. Well, at least it's bidirectional, right, Doug? She's as interested in being touched as touching others, seen in a certain light. Ooh, that is pretty cool. Drink it and it increases SP by 300. Give me all the title mastery. Ooh, I'm finding myself, the more I think about it and just get prepared for it, Beyond the Dawn, getting just giddier and more excited about the million little things that I really enjoyed about Tales of Arise. For instance, the way in which, speaking of cool things to do with titles, they use titles as, honestly, kind of similar to the way they're used here in Tales of Graces as kind of loci for learning different skills that are all related to a certain aspect of the character's identity. I really, really liked the way they did that. So it'll be fun to see what sorts of titles they've added for the DLC and the way in which they bear on the characters and how they've developed in the intervening year in the story. Oh no, that's okay, Grail. And I wasn't calling you out or anything. I just, it was just interesting to me as much as anything, because sometimes I think people's intuitions about when certain things are coming in a game, such as like a boss fight, can be different, which is interesting. I think we can do this. Oh, is that right? I see you've looked a little more deeply into the DLC than I have. I want to be like ready and apprised, but still going in somewhat blind. I don't know if that's a line that you can really toe, but I'm trying to. I feel like 8 per character for a DLC is not bad though, right? Especially given something like Arise's title format. Like all of the titles and what they contribute to the character are pretty meaty and substantive, both in terms of their thematic relevance, but also in terms of like their impact on gameplay and stats and arts and things like that. So honestly, I feel like in my head, without thinking about it too much, I would have been satisfied with something like 4 or 5 per character. So 8 feels like Christmas to me. Oh, I don't think that's right. 8 in the main game? I think there's more than 8. I remember it as being closer to like 12 or more. But I didn't. I New Game Plused it when I went back to it a couple months ago, so I didn't unlock all of the titles again. So I might be misremembering that. I've been quasi keeping up with it. It's funny since you said it for the first time, Chrissy, because it's leaked into some of my meme groups hilariously. So I know that it's epically falling apart in slow motion. Ooh, a Wriggler crystal. Excellent. A crystal that can be dualized with certain armaments, but you'll catch a rash if you touch it. Oh no. Big hygiene subplot going on here. Yeah, what's the TLDR of that though? Is there a good one, Chrissy? Like I heard that it had some kind of chat and the chat was shut down because it was just like a toxic cesspool that people were trolling. Like is there some interesting insight or nugget to be drawn from what is happening in all of that? Because I truly could not be more on the outside of all of that. Actually, it's very funny to me because Pottery isn't here, but the main point of access I've had to did I do this wrong? No, there are 3. I just can't count. The main point of access I've had to Ascension so far has been in an I think you should leave group, because I guess the issues that have been going on in the chat have been very thematically of a piece with, and maybe even directly motivated by a particular sketch from I Think You Should Leave. I mean, again, I could not be more on the outside of it, but it strikes me from my layman's understanding of it that the Silent Hill 2 remake is too big to be canceled because of any kind of debacle or bad press that this particular offshoot is getting. But I think that's Aaron speaking as much from his hope for a Silent Hill 2 remake as anything. Book of Suppression doubles your Elith bonus when you successfully strike all weak points in a combo. Fantastic. All right, that was worth the trip. And good to warm up those box puzzle muscles, which, you know, if I know my Tales games, and I think I do, will probably come in handy more than once before the end of this game. Let's map that spellbook also. Sweet. All right, now onward. Well, without having any context beyond what you just said, Chrissy, that does strike me as abjectly horrible. And also very just reductive and myopic and beneath Silent Hill as a franchise. Like, that seems to totally cut against the grain of what, you know, like many of the central themes and heart of the series are concerned with. falsifying selected outcomes? I don't really follow that. What do you mean? Like people are paying for or trying to get certain things within the game, and then it's just like the creators are reneging on the promise of the content or something. I truly couldn't have less context for this, so I'm trying to follow, but it's a little hard. Sounds bad though. Verona Castle, all right. Speaking of tone shifts, listen to that music. Me? I'm fine. We turtles are right at home in places like this. Oh, I see. That's kind of an interesting idea. It helps me understand immediately a lot of the things that are going wrong because I could see a million ways in which it could go wrong, but at least it's an interesting thing to be trying to do if we want to find a silver lining to the dumpster fire, which we may or may not. A racy corset. An especially feminine blouse that's soft to the touch. Designed for fashion-conscious females. All right. I'd like to see if we can dualize anything that we can sell just to get more coin in our coffers. Well, making new things seems good. I don't know if there's anything new that we can make. Earring, it seems good. And it's something we can sell. That seems good. Alright. Awesome. Talk about quality of life. I do love it in games like this. I had forgotten this, but now I'm remembering when item descriptions directly designate an item as, to use the parlance of Tales of Grace, as cashable, so you know, like, yes, the use for this item in the game is to sell it for currency, so you don't need to feel like you're potentially wasting an item that could be used to craft, like, a valuable weapon down the line or something like that if you're selling it. Let's see how much money that netted us. Oh, I love it! Look at economics helping us. Well, yeah, that does bum me out. Although I guess you could take it to a meta level, Chrissy, and say something like, you know, the nihilistic late stage capitalism of it, where people are paying for things that aren't even fulfilled, is the actual horror of the game or something like that, which is perhaps a cold comfort, but something to at least salvage some semblance of meaning from the wreckage, as it were. Couldn't organize a piss up in a brewery. Oh, I love it. I'm stealing that one. A joke said I'm going to steal that, but I am actually going to steal that and copy it to my clipboard because that's a Britishism I've never heard, and I want that in my vocabulary. I learned so many things from you, Chrissy. Mostly actual valuable and substantive insights, but also fantastic Britishisms. Now I just need to figure out some way to cleverly and organically weave that into the stream conversation. Anything else useful and sellable? 283, 332. All right. But see, you can steal it, Grail. And like any good US thief, then you can pass yourself off as complicated and sophisticated by virtue of your theft. Right, I was going to sell those things. Oh, baby. All right. We went from like 2,000 gold to close to 10,000 gold. Now, was there anything else that we needed to duelize in terms of weapons or... No, because nothing's tempered yet. All right. Oh, but we can duelize gems together. We should spend some time on that at some point, but I'm going to say now is not the moment for that. Oh! The capitalistic fusions go even deeper. There are more tiers. Thank you, Grail. I will, we can definitely explore that the next time we need money. Gald millionaires before we even get through the first 10 hours of the game? Don't mind if I do.
I guess the rumors are true. I really am that awesome.
That was amazing because Pascal mowed through 2 unsuspecting enemies who were trying to attack her while she was going after an enemy who was further away from her. And then she took down that one as well. Girl knows what she's about. Well, see, I feel like as you describe it, anyone who, and this is the part that is probably saddest to me, like anyone who is a true fan of Silent Hill and really values the series for what it uniquely contributes to gaming and storytelling and horror and everything in between would be just broken by this and feel like it does a certain violence to the series. And that to me is always one of the saddest and most frustrating ways in which content in a series can fall short. Fall short is putting it too mildly.
Let's do this!
I think in a case like that, it's less about anger per se and more of like a righteous indignation, you know? Like just so incensed by the injustice of it. And the disregard for something that means so much to so many people.
There she goes again.
I wish I had built-in confetti with which to celebrate myself. Richard gained the National Budget Pincher title. Alright. I wonder what procs that. Yeah, my folk understanding of Konami is they're not the kind of company that likes to sell their IP. So my guess is it's probably no more principled than that. But yeah, you would wish, especially with a beloved series like that, where so many people do really recognize it for what it is and, you know, would tell such interesting and provocative news stories in that series if only they could. Like, it's sad to see the actual owner not do it that kind of honor and justice. The battle started so suddenly. I had no time to run and just wound up here. No, I'm alright, thank you. Oh, the way she's trembling. That's sad. Please, Your Highness, be careful. Oh yeah, that's okay, Graylin. I mean, I appreciated it in Wallbridge, don't get me wrong, but certainly don't feel as if you need to GPS me through every dungeon. I mean, I'm confident we'll find our way, so... But definitely, if there's stuff you want to make sure we don't miss in terms of optional content or side routes, always go ahead and speak up, you know that. Has Pascal gotten any other spells at this point? Yes. One more. Wind Needle, Pyrogenic. Fearful Storm. That's a new one. All right. Good.
Oh, too bad. Nice try, though.
Perfect. I like the sound of that. I'll keep an eye out for it all the same. Pascal learned Nighthawk Talon. All right. Oh, and we got some tempering going on. Love it.
Let's do this!
Oh, Lord of Berger!
And that is Sylph, for people who missed out on last stream.
Already?
Arguably the character in which I am most keenly interested right now. Sophie is a wild girl. All right.
Enemies? Very well.
Richard, we got this.
Ha! Like the old days.
Yeah, just because it has the longer casting time. I was noticing that. Makes sense. Yeah, so it seems like, especially once you get off of the tier 1 spells, the whole tutorial they gave about using the assault arts to decrease casting time becomes much more pertinent, which makes a lot of sense. It's pretty awesome when it comes off, though.
It was your own vanity that bested you. Or not.
A soul orb, alright. It can be obtained by killing a large number of the same foe, but once you get one, you'll never get another from the same enemy. After receiving an enemy's soul orb, a star will appear near its name in the enemy book. That doesn't make it especially clear if we get any gameplay enhancement from the soul orbs, or if it's just another mechanism for filling out our collector's book, or enemy's book, as the case may be.
No one can stand before my blade.
I wonder, does it say anything if we look in the menu? No, not in the mixer. In the menu. A gem that conceals a powerful dark energy. So probably does something down the line with a description like that. We're just not going to find out just yet. Yeah, I feel like I noticed it with Aizen sometimes, just because his whole fighting style so blends the melee attacks and spellcasting, but it definitely seemed more context dependent than in this game. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I remember them having a role in something like the post-game or something way later down the line as well.
Nice, Richard.
Couldn't tell you what that is, though.
Well, I'm nowhere near your level, Asbel.
At least he still seems like good old Richard at some points.
That was your best?
Be careful, everyone.
Yeah, you said you got he got it from the Sword of the King title, or whatever he got for deciding to be Richard's sword. You can probably just check right now, right? Yeah, Stampede Strike. Yes, he does have it. We'll probably switch back to Asbel at some point. Although now that we've been playing around with the range of characters, I do want to work Sophie in at some point.
Over already?
She's the odd one out as it stands. But I have a feeling I'll find my way back to Asbel, if I know me. I think this is a different way. I'm not trying to avoid all the enemies, I just want to make sure I haven't lost my sense of direction here. Maybe? Yes? Yes. Yes, because this is a discovery point. Awesome. First flag!
Look, half of this flag is gone, Asbel.
Maybe someone tore it up.
No, I don't believe so. The missing half was given to the knights who backed the first king of Windor.
You're talking about the Order of Knights who became the Royal Guard?
Yes, exactly. And now that same order has turned their blades against the king they swore to protect.
I can't stop thinking about how they murdered the king. What if I had become a knight at the castle? Would I have joined the attack against your family?
I'm certain you wouldn't have.
How can you be sure?
You are unlike other knights, Asbel. You even fought your own captain for me. Perhaps I owe that to our friendship pact.
The Friendship Pact? Yeah, maybe you're right.
There is something very wholesome and honorable to me about the idea that as much as at first blush we might think a friendship pact made by a bunch of little kids is immature or trivial, it's still a pact, and so it supersedes and overrides any subsequent pacts that would come into conflict with it, like Asbel's pact or obligation as a knight, such that even if the knights were to betray or turn their swords against Richard, like Asbel would have an obligation that trumps that by virtue of the prior pact he took. I mean, I don't know if there's ever an appropriate time to point that out, but I'm sure now that you've said it, it's the kind of thing I'll never be able to unsee. I had noticed it was an interesting shape, so maybe that's what my brain was grokking without realizing it. I'm done for. And the Winder Soldier is just having his last fits of life. Yeah, I feel like Sophie would be a fun character. That's why I'm excited to try her out.
Sometimes I can't help but envy you, Pascal.
Forgive me, Your Majesty. I hadn't realized.
No, I didn't mean that I wanted your staff. You'll rue the day I dream That was your best? You'll rue the day I drew my
Let's keep moving.
The invocation for Fearful Storm there was gonna get freaky if you missed it. I love it. Excited to go back to Renwell's invocations tomorrow, such as blah blah blah, and you get the gist. Oh no, Victoria!
Victoria, what are you doing here?
I'm not here on Academy business. Surely you realize
I didn't see that coming.
You're Cedric's guard.
Gold star for you, young man. But you need to leave here.
No!
I see. Then you leave me no choice.
Yeah, I was just kind of starting to have that same intuition, Grail. Thanks for calling that out. Oh. Oh, come on. Speaking of your advice, Grail, oh, but I can't move where it happens. It's localized around Pascal. That's annoying. I thought it would be localized around the enemy. I know, I'm really happy that we did the side quest. Makes her seem a lot more complicated. And also, like you called out in the childhood arc, Grail, that totally missable conversation she was just, you know, having with a friend in the capital, even before she became a knight. She was a cadet at that point, I think, if memory serves. Wow, I didn't think she would have a Mystic Art. That is true. I was appreciating that. So I know. Oh, I thought I was going to get that off. That sucks.
Impossible.
Nightmare. I love that. Nothing like a good pun title. You've grown strong. Yeah, it is interesting to have a mini boss with like full cutscenes and a mystic art who's given such a minimal and optional experience in the story prior to that. Can I not use this right now? That's annoying. Oh, I see. This gate is open now, which brings us back to where we started. I love that. In which case we should be able to charge. And we tempered some stuff, so we should be able to... Yeah, perfect. Alright, we're moving and shaking. But she's an enemy spear girl. Does that really count? I feel like it gives you the latitude to choose not to like her if you so desire, Grail. Though far be it from me to stop you. But she doesn't have to be on the same tier as folks like Alicia and Judith if you want an out. I want to give that to Pascal, actually. Yeah, I think that'll help. Alright. It's just about the stick. Alright, fair enough. At least you're consistent. You have a principle according to which you abide. Oh, there you go. And you know they have a penchant for doing Spear Girl themed DLCs anyway, so now you just have to petition them to go all the way back to Tales of Graces and do a DLC just for Victoria. Just for you, I should say.
You ready for battle?
Over already?
Worldly prodigy. Alright, I love it. Yeah, that has a certain appeal all its own. Hard to replicate the special aesthetic of a shoddy mod designed to satisfy a very particular need amongst the community. Even if it's just an audience of one. Okay, I don't think there's anything in this room. But at least we checked. Pottery! Welcome back. We are still storming the castle. So you missed a fight with Victoria, but I think that was the main thing.
We won't fail.
Best because Spear Girl, if you missed that logic, Pottery. But I know you know that about Grail at this point. Skilled chef, not to be confused with the Wonder Chef, nor the Dark Chef. Your Majesty, my goodness, I never imagined to see you in a place like this. I defeated several soldiers? The chef did? That's awesome. But there are still a number of them lurking around the area. A very skilled chef, I suppose. I saw some royal guardsmen not long ago. Please stay alert. Oh, cool. Good to know, Grail. Thank you. I did not realize that. Yeah, Judith, or even I wasn't even thinking about it, but it's not even just Spear Girl; it's Knightly Spear Girl. So we got that that resonance with Alicia as well, specifically. How much Elith was it that we could claim? Predrain Alpha. It never gets old, does it? I'm gonna take the 46 units. I can't imagine we're gonna be coming back here.
Let's do this.
Richard, you're hurt.
No, I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
I checked this room, right? All these enemies throwing me off. Nope. Alright, glad. All these bookshelves and nothing to read. There were so many interesting books in Tales of Eternia. Forget about it. Oh, I was spoiled. Cleaning is so much fun. It looked for a second like there was another prompt when I was over here, but I think it was just misreading the space between Pascal and the maid. Two very different perspectives on world events in the palace between the chef and the maid. let alone that other poor maid who was cowering in the side room. You know, I'm a sucker for a decent library, Chrissy. Speaking of people on the stream being consistent about what they're into.
The throne room is just ahead. My uncle may be a coward who poisoned his own family, but he still has skill with a blade. Are we all ready for this?
As ready as they come. Yes, may the wind guide our blades.
And you?
Of course. Let's head onward and finish this quickly. His transformation at Wallbridge surprised me, but everything's fine now. He's back to normal again.
Hey.
Oh, sorry. It's nothing. Let's just keep going. Just know that I'll do whatever is in my power to make sure we meet your goal.
Thanks, Asbel.
It's like a microcosm of the way he coped with the trauma of his childhood. Like he's just trying to put it out of his mind and will it into being something that was just a one-off thing that he can move past simply by living and letting it ebb away into the past. When, of course, you know, even for us who've been paying attention, it's evident that it was not a one-time thing at Wallbridge. We've seen that edge in Richard's character even in this very castle, or at least in the catacombs leading up to it. What have I been fucking saying this whole time, Grail? If you learn to listen to me, you have to take the real-life JRPG party seriously. Regret and self-doubt and a lot of the, all the bad stages of grief, like a lot of denial and bargaining, especially. Depression. Basically everything except acceptance. But the JRPG is young.
Richard, how dare you show your face here?
How dare you have such a giant fucking sword, Uncle?
It's over, dear uncle. My army has the capital surrounded.
What? Is that really you?
What a stupid thing to say. I have come to avenge my father.
I am the rightful king of this land, and you will not stand in my way.
Now I set everything to rights. Come with the blades, try the pain.
Oh no!
It ends. Thunder's wrath. Fiery destruction.
Thought I could dodge that.
Fiery destruction.
Alphins is the only blazing sword for me, bro. You're a pretender. Ugh. I do love when that kind of in-battle dialogue is utilized with a relative rarity, because I feel like that's a good job of, kind of in a similar spirit to what we were saying about scarcity versus overwhelming number of skits on Monday's stream. Like, when they use it more sparingly, I do feel like that presents it through a certain kind of focus and spotlight that you otherwise lose. Like Tales of Symphonia, I think of in a similar light. Tales of the Abyss is certainly on the other end of using it a ton, but I'll forgive Tales of the Abyss for that because all of the in-battle conversation is fantastic. But it is, it's more like just one expects battles to also be constitutive of conversation in a way that one doesn't expect in other games. I think precisely because of the overwhelming frequency of those unique conversations. I mean, that does seem like a really cool and narratively meaningful challenge to undertake, to your credit, Grail, but I can also imagine it being really, really challenging and overwhelming. But perhaps, like, did you feel as if that added to the significance of the battle for you? Like, you really felt as if Richard was trying and pushing his hardest to defeat his uncle on his own terms? Because I could see that being a really special experience through which to ground, you know, what the character was going through at that point. This is another great song, by the way. I love it. Such decisiveness. It does seem pretty frustrating. Forgot we had some peach shells here. I really don't want him to get off another Mystic Art. Oh, and he's going to. That's too bad. Oh, fantastic. You didn't. There you go. Yeah, that sense of comeuppance and victory at the end is what it's all about. Jesus. That makes sense.
But I was meant to be king!
Now I'm sad! Thank you. I don't know if it was just because I missed some of the enemies as we were working through this, but that felt like a bit of a difficulty spike to me. Not that we couldn't manage it, but I remember at the end of last stream after Malik, I was feeling like we could up the difficulty. I'm glad we didn't, because I think that might have been a little overwhelming at Aaron's current skill level and the current level of the party. But we squeaked the W. Now balance is restored. Everything is great, and they all lived happily ever after. Yeah, that's what it felt like for sure.
No, not now, it can't be. Oh, no, and I'm finally this close.
They say a throne chooses the king who sits upon it. You cannot bargain for it, or seize it through treachery. I'm glad you were able to learn this before you died, Uncle.
Oh, the tone of voice. Jesus.
Oh, and also, this is for my father.
Don't put that bad juju on me even joking about that, Grail.
I've finished what I came here to do. My father died in this room. Now his soul can rest.
It seems you have achieved all of your goals, Your Highness. Congratulations.
It's another interesting phrasing.
Dallin, what's the situation?
Keeping track of Tales of Grace's
The
phrases.
spies we placed in Verona opened the gates for our troops, and we entered without casualties. Only a few scattered soldiers still resist us. The city should be ours within the hour. I believe it is finally over.
No, it is not. This is only the beginning. The beginning of a new chapter in the history of the Windor Kingdom.
Yeah, it definitely has that kind of vibe, doesn't it, Doug?
Correct?
As you say.
Ugh. Ugh. That's chilling. The party feeling as if they have to do it too.
Time for the coronation. The people must have no doubt that I have ascended to the throne.
Oof. I don't like it, guys. I don't like it. This isn't Pascal's confetti. This is evil confetti. And kids, as we now know, the Kingdom of Windor never had problems again. It is I, me!
Today, I reclaim the illustrious throne of this glorious kingdom. From this day forth, our land will enter a new age of prosperity. May the wind guide our blades! May the wind guide our blades!
Ooh, that look at the end. And the little smirk and snicker. Ugh. Ooh.
Hey, you're back. So, are things gonna work out with the prisoners or?
May the wind guide our blades. Also, I'm the wind, to be clear. I'm the one in charge now. I don't know if anyone else picked up on this or if it's just purely a trick of my own crazy imagination, but in the moments such as when he was laying into his uncle where Richard goes dark side, quite clearly there's something that happens with his eyes where they become more slanted and kind of just overtly malicious in the way that they're graphically represented. But I also feel like there's more of a shadow on his forehead, which almost gives him more of like a sense of being clouded by darkness, which again, maybe I'm just imagining it, but if they made that choice, like what an interesting way to represent the just the pall of chaos and madness being cast over someone. Yeah, you never give the camera the look.
You know, you could just ask Richard directly.
Well, how else is she going to be able to look out the window, Grail? Come on, she's short.
Of course, he's all kingy and stuff now, so that might be kind of tough.
Just a little fella.
His Majesty requires your presence in the throne.
She's just a little pigtail fella.
Thank you. I'll be right there.
Ah, put it in your pocket. A little pouch.
About the prisoners. I'll be back in a bit.
Don't worry, I'm sure he'll understand once you talk things over. What's the worst that could possibly happen? It started out vaguely Aussie and then very quickly fell apart, and I was quietly hoping that this was a safe space where no one would call Aaron out on it. No, I have to be like deep in a writing session about like Gondor and the Vandoms and just riffing with a million lines back and forth with my dog to really get the Aussie accent grounded. Have a few anchor phrases with Gondor specifically. Not whatever her name is. Victoria. Her name was Victoria. It's an easy name. In a game where the main character is named Asbel Lant, you can't remember Victoria? I think the throne room is the exact opposite way of the way I just went. That's my word for mommy.
The punishment for those knights who sided against His Majesty has been decided.
We went over 2.5 hours before talking about Xenoblade Chronicles tonight. I'm impressed. Kind of horrified, but impressed.
In His infinite mercy, the king has chosen to forego their execution. Instead, the commanders will be stripped of their rank and titles and expelled from service.
Asbel, I summoned you here for a different reason. I have reached a decision regarding the current situation in Lant.
You have?
Earlier, we informed you that the Stradan military has occupied Lant's Creus mines. Because of this, our country's supply of Creus is nearly exhausted. If this continues, it will be a serious blow to our country's economy and the lives of our citizens. Such thoughts are deeply painful to His Majesty, and so he has decided to take immediate action.
Just to balance out the average grail? Yeah, that sounds about right. I would expect nothing less from you, my friend.
What kind of action?
We will invade Lant.
What? You can't!
Yes, I can. I'm the king.
Initiating all-out war with Strata, and the people of Lant will be caught in the middle.
We have sent numerous messages to the Stratans ordering their withdrawal, but they continue to cower behind their meaningless alliance with Archduke Cedric. We have also heard rumors that the people of Lant wish to break away and join Strata permanently. That is nothing less than high treason against His Majesty and his kingdom.
I cannot forgive those who turn against me. We will drive Strata and all who support her from my lands.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me, like, his design doesn't strike me as intrinsically villainous. I think it's like, I feel like it's a combination of his voice acting and what we were talking about earlier in the sense that he so quickly went from supporting Richard for good reasons to just supporting Richard, period, categorically, such that when Richard started going beyond the pale, like, he very quickly sort of became villainous by proxy. And maybe in a way where, like, maybe part of why we want him to seem so, like, straightforwardly villainous, the Duke, I mean, is that our feelings for Richard are more complex because we knew him as a kid and we know he has this capacity to be a friend and aspire to end war and things like that. So we can almost sort of preserve our conception of Richard as someone who can be redeemed at this point in the story by projecting our negative sentiments from him onto the Duke in a way that very directly comports with this kind of sharing of conversation and the issuance of orders that's going on in this scene between Richard saying some stuff, but also the Duke speaking as his mouthpiece for a lot of the less savory orders that he's issuing.
You can't be serious!
With that in mind, Asbel, His Majesty has chosen you to command the invasion force.
Me?
This is a chance to both redeem your honor and reclaim your homeland. Be grateful that His Majesty has elected to be so generous, and serve him well.
You asked me to fight against my own brother? And my own people?
Yeah, I think the way I'm reading it so far, Doug, with the Duke is like, it's scary because you see how quickly like the meaning of things can change. Because remember, the reason that we went to Grail's side was Richard saying, you know, I know the Duke is just, he's categorically loyal to me. He would never side with the Archduke. He'll support me, which seemed like a really good thing at the time, especially when Richard was trying to be, you know, assassinated by the envoys of his uncle. But then it very quickly, you know, raises the question of, well, what does categorical loyalty and allegiance really look like? And is that necessarily a good thing? Maybe not, especially when the leader, especially the monarch to whom you're loyal, has some questionable principles according to which he's acting.
Tread carefully, Asbel Lant. I rule this country now. Would you defy your own king?
Richard. Your Majesty.
What about the friendship pact, man?
Will you at least send me to Launt as an envoy?
Do you really think you can convince Strata to leave? As I remember, their commander is your brother, and the very man who drove you out in the first place.
Do not expect a different outcome just because you're related. Blood breeds hate as well as love. You need look no further than my late uncle to see this. You are no different. Your brother has forced you to this position, and you hate him for it.
I haven't given up on repairing my relationship with my brother. Please, I beg you, give me one chance. I will convince my brother to enter negotiations.
Very well.
Yeah, poor Richard has retreated into cynicism and skepticism pretty quickly here, hasn't he?
If this is your wish, I will give you the chance.
Of course, given all the windows we've seen into his life, even going back to when Asbel first looked in on him through a literal window in Lant as a child. Horrifying to see where he ends up, but also who can blame the poor kid for, you know, internalizing these coping mechanisms that he appears to have.
Thank you, Your Highness.
However, time is short. You are to leave for Lant without delay.
Trying to gaslight him, but also I feel like, you know, with the kind of coldness and isolation that we've seen in Richard, especially in these last couple streams when he's been really irrationally lashing out, I almost read that really provocative line also as if he desperately needs other people to share that kind of cynical and solipsistic worldview of his, so that he can feel justified in his own perspective on things. Which is, you know, really hard, but also really sad and kind of pitiful, I think.
I understand.
Your Majesty, is this wise?
He's such a kind man. It's the trait I love most in him.
That's a really nice thing to say, but what a sinister tone of voice in which to say it.
I must take good care of him.
Oh no. Not the snake eyes. And look, I swear to God, his forehead is darker. I don't think I'm crazy. I think that's an effect. I think it's even more insidious than that. I read it not as kill, but use as a pawn for my own ends. Back to the room. Yes, back to the room. is this one? Nope. This one? Nope. Maybe I'm just crazy. This was the right way, right? Yes. Maybe it's just down another hallway. There's a fourth door? 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. I just stopped short. I thought there were only 3 doors on this hallway. My bad. Thank you.
Sharia.
Well, I think even relatively monotone though he is, Grail, like there are certain shades within the relative monotony. But point taken for sure.
Is it true that the people of Lant want to secede from Windor and join Strata?
Well, I did hear a few people suggest something like that.
Sharia, you have to listen to me. Our homeland is about to become a war zone. Richard is planning to invade Lant.
No!
I'm
Yes.
going back to Lant. I have to convince Hubert to enter negotiations.
Well, I can't just sit around here. I'm coming with you.
Mind if I tag along as well?
Oh, don't give me those question marks. I'd know that voice anywhere. It's the voice I missed more than any other on Monday.
Captain Malik?
My man.
Had you not interceded with Richard, the other knights and I would have been executed. I owe you a great debt, and this is a way to repay it.
It'll be an honor to have you at our side. Thank you, Captain Malik.
Thank you, Captain.
Ironically, the captain of the Knights, stripped of his rank, is now someone with the freedom and latitude to actually, live up to his own ideal of knighthood outside of the institution of knighthood that's been reified by the kingdom, in much the same spirit that he explicitly admired Asbel for on the Monday stream in the confrontation at Wallbridge.
I'm not a captain of anything anymore.
You'll always be Captain Malik to me.
Yeah, I hope we get to see Victoria again.
Asbel.
Oh.
I think we're ready. Let's head for Lant.
You'll always be Captain Malik to me. Captain of guiding the wayward Asbel. Nothing like a great mentor figure. Especially someone who starts out as a mentor and then joins the party ranks and has the opportunity to learn from the same kid whom he was mentoring. I love that. And on that note, why don't we... No, not you, Sharia. I know what I'm about. I wanted to try out Malik. We did try him out very briefly back when he was first introduced. Let's play around with him some more. The way his standing position is with his arms crossed, I love that. Yeah, you do always have to just hope for the best in terms of their survivability, Doug. No doubt about that. Yeah, I would totally agree with that, Grail. In fact, I was debating whether to say it, but it actually reminds me a little bit more in terms of the spirit of the way I talk about Grail, Regal and Kratos as like brother figures to Lloyd in my analysis of Tales of Symphonia, where they teach him a lot and they give him a lot of guidance in life, but the relationship is so dynamic and mutually empowering because they're equally able to learn so much from him. There's a special kind of give and take, I think, where there's an older character who can help someone find their way, but through the act of mentoring is also able to redeem himself. And Malik, in what we've seen of him so far, strikes me much more of a piece with that than someone like Raven, who's also a great character, but a very different character. I think we just proved that, Grail.
I haven't seen any sign of your home.
Nah, you're not old enough to be Regal. I'm Regal.
That's okay. As long as I have you and Sharia and Pascal, I'm happy.
But,
Aw, you're such a good kid, Sophie.
well, it's true that she never hides her feelings, so I guess we can assume she means it.
Man, we're the bestest friends ever, huh? Now how's about a quick touch to celebrate?
No.
We can assume she means that too.
Still can't go in here, right? No, of course not. What do they say if we try to go back in the throne room? What is the tenor of the rejection? Uninvited guests are forbidden from entering. Pretty standard fare. The man in white defeated an enemy soldier for me. He saved my life. This man in white. I suppose he must mean Asbel, right? Alright, well, we'll have to stop by the inn before we head out then, won't we, Grow? Thank you for keeping an eye on the side content. Good looking out. This vendor is so excited. That coronation was really something. And King Richard is such a hunk. Were you watching it, Asbel? Care for a delicious ice pop? Please. Thank you so much. Thank you! This way leads to the royal sanctuary. No, this is a residence. Okay. I don't know. I feel like my gut says, in terms of like the Platonic ideal of hunkiness, that Malik would be a more natural fit for that than Richard, but I would also not fancy myself an authority on hunks by any stretch, so I welcome others' views on the matter. I was worried for a while, but I'd say Winder's in good hands now. Any good dualizing we can do? Steel bladering. Oh, is there a better bladering we can get from Malik before we go to all of the trouble of dualizing things? Nope. Okay. Yeah, fair, Chrissy. That strikes me as right, though, that Breaking Bad can impede one's handsomeness. I hope that's right, anyways. I guess it depends on the eyes of the beholder, though. There we go. All right, we got a new recipe. That's something. Grail taught us that's what we want for Sharia's cooking titles. That's not new, though. I won't bother with that right now. Love being able to dualize crystals. Knight armor. Cool. Oh no, this is what we're learning. We have no resident experts on hunkiness on the stream. Ugh. What a gap in our analytical wherewithal. Who knows? Maybe the Beyond the Dawn stream will bring in some new people with some other analytical backgrounds to help us. There you go. All right, I like the way you think, Chrissy. It's It's a very JRPG spirited thought, in my view, in the best of ways, as if there were any other such way. Okay, I found an area of the menu that has plenty of other new recipes for us to craft, which is fantastic. Hopefully we can get a title for Sharia or some such. And at the minimum, we will have plenty of other food to be able to pop in the mixer, since that is how the mixer works. Yakisoba noodles. Oh. Now that's the kind of JRPG cooking dish that's going to make me hungry. That and meat pie. Yes, please. So this is nice. The green writing does tell us, I should have realized earlier, but now I'm internalizing where we can find new things to craft. No. Yes. I was gonna say, Grail, weird hill to die on since it's a case where it literally does change his appearance, like we were talking about before. Now, granted, I think a big part of what we were talking about was not about the changed physical appearance, but more of actually a very direct boots on the ground case of what Wittgenstein referred to as aspect seeing, where no physical attributes of what you're looking at change, and yet you see it in a different light, like certain relationships between its different parts light up such that you interpret what it is in a different way and can put it to different use accordingly. But his physical characteristics do also change a skosh. All right, I think we're good for now. Can we sell the sellables? I know we can and probably should be hanging on to them to be able to craft them into more valuable sellables later, but I'm happy to just net some gold for now. All right, we are going to the inn. Short order cook and pharmacist. All right, I love it. That does seem like a fair principle on the abstract level, Grail. I would be happy to grant you that. I'm still gonna give you shit, but I'd be happy to grant you that. Yo, what is that, Chrissy? I didn't say it out loud because I'll confess I'm not sure what it is and I didn't want to mispronounce it. Is it vongoli? Some kind of Italian dish, I'm sure, right? Speaking of the stream sub-theme of not being afraid to ask about things with which you're not familiar.
If you don't mind my asking, sir, what do you think of what Richard said?
It's logical. If Strata withdraws, things should settle down in Windor.
I do love me some
I
noodles.
just feel like I don't understand what he's thinking anymore.
Like I was saying about yakisoba.
There's no denying that His Majesty has
Vongole.
changed,
There you
but
go.
don't look to me
Thank
for
you.
answers.
I'm sorry, Captain. I guess I was out of line.
You've graduated from me, Asbel, and you should know that I'm certainly no great champion for you to rely upon.
But as far as I'm concerned, you'll always be the captain.
Then at least stop looking up to me, and look me eye to eye instead.
Captain. Understood.
No, I love it. It's like a happier and more straightforwardly mutually empowering rendition of the whole master naming relationship of Luke calling Van Master Van throughout Tales of the Abyss. Oh, that does sound fucking delicious. I'm in. Making me hungry all over again. Between yakisoba and amazing Italian pasta dishes. I'm making a mint off all the visitors here for the coronation. I'll bet you are, buddy. Yeah, like out of context, it just seems totally made up. Like we were saying with regard to the name Asbel a while ago, Grail. I feel that. Okay, Knight Academy Cadet has a request for Windor's military history. Oh no! I lost my textbook somewhere on my way back from Lont. You'll have to find it or I'll fail the test. Okay, so I imagine As we're getting more accustomed to these quests, and Grail, you can feel free to correct me if this is not the case, but it sounds like we want to just head back to Lant, which is where we're going anyway. And I imagine we'll find this on the way and we can just double back here. Which sounds like a plan. Alright, and everyone is all rested up already. Wanted to make sure Malik has the right auto-equip settings. He didn't. Fantastic. Dope, 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 dope. I'm going to assume there's nothing else we need to find here for the moment, but shout out at me if there's any other side content we want to avoid missing. First, the military storms in, and then there's a coronation. It's just dizzying. It sure is. Oh, I saved already. I was gonna just, I was gonna rest at the end to make sure we don't miss anything there. Nope. No in-skip. Well, I know we're at time. I'm also cognizant we started a few minutes late, and that we're going to be taking a week break from Tales of Graces. I'm also cognizant that I don't want to hold people over the schedule, depending on what time zones people are in and what's comfortable for them or not, and make them feel like they're missing out. So I'm going to say we can head back to Lant and just do this side quest on the way, and then I feel like just saving before we get to Lant and move on to the next part of the story will be a good place to wrap it up for the evening. I think that's a good decision. Zerle. That is a very cool name, yes. It sounds like something that I would certainly believe to be a name. The Long Ranger. You mean 9 minutes behind just based on when I started? Yeah, that's fair. So definitely enough time for a quick little side quest at least. Malik is a master of long-range strikes, tossing his bladerang with his assault arts and casting wide area spells with his burst arts. However, he's not much good when surrounded by hordes of enemies. Conduct yourself like a man of honor and avoid close confrontation. Alright. Well, thank you for reminding me to be honorable, game. I wasn't gonna. Oh, you're absolutely right. Thank you. I don't know what it is about the way this world is laid out. I really badly want that exit to be the way to Lant for some reason. It's not. No, it's across the sea by ferry. I should really know that by now. I've been sailing through distinct worlds and sea and sky on the Van Eltia for too many hours the last week. It's gotten me all crossed up. Any excuse to hear this port theme again, though, am I right? This is the boarding dock for the ferries between Verona, Lant, and Grailside. Would you like to board? I mean, I don't know if I have any particularly insightful take on that, Grail. I feel like, to me, this reads as more generic.
Captain, what are you doing out here?
More generic, just JRPG, aquatic travel from one continent to another, whereas in Berseria, like we talked about a lot, especially in the second act, the whole navigation of the world using the Van Eltia and kind of the agency that it affords that particular kind of party in that particular kind of very distributed and microcultural world seemed much more like centrally constitutive of the story and what it's thinking about. And I felt kind of similar vibes for reasons that I'm sure you can intuit with Tales of Eternia as well. So I like this. I think there's something very classical and easy to just kind of sink yourself into with the way in which traditional JRPGs use ship-based travel like this, and like we were talking about earlier in this game, but it doesn't strike me as distinctive and characteristic of the game as it obviously was for Berseria. Yeah, I think that's another aspect of what I was feeling too, Grail. This idea that Berseria's world, like, you know, part of why I think the ship travel is so special in the Desolation is because the Desolation is so distributed and chaotic and a bunch of little different islands, and so that's why, like we talked about, the Abbey is so easily able to control like pathways of information between different cities and communities, and also why the group, you know, with the Van Eltia and the whole pirate team is able to navigate the world and support it with a kind of agency that isn't available to individual people who just stay in their particular islands or communities.
Just thinking back on my old life as a knight. On all the lives I've saved and taken. It's quite a tally.
I'm sure it is.
I'm only now realizing that being a knight means taking more lives than saving them. Lives are more than numbers, of course. But many who I killed were fighting only to save someone else. And if I atone for my sins by protecting those whom they sought to save, it'll undoubtedly bring misfortune down on another. Such a vicious cycle. I wonder if we'll ever break free.
Do you think it's even possible?
Who knows?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It usually goes in the opposite direction there. Malik, the thoughtful knight captain who, as soon as he's relieved of his post, begins questioning the nature of the obligations to which he was unquestioningly bound for so long. I love that sort of character. It's a role that our dear friend Jameson Price voices so perfectly. I have never been let down by that man's voice acting. Not a once. Yep, good call out, Grail. Definitely a self-conscious rumination on the nature of cycles of suffering according to one's actions. So we'll certainly want to keep that in mind as we keep going forward here. I do know where the textbook is hanging out, Grail. Is it something that's going to be right on the road, or do we need to keep an eye out for it on one of the side paths or something? Cottage! Dope, dope, dope.
Stay sharp, even against rolling flare! Even in battle, it's important to pay your respects.
Okay.
Not like that.
This?
No, never mind.
Love it. Bladering basics! To be truly successful with Malik, you must master his positioning while his bladering is in the air. You may need to cancel a combo or follow an assault art with a burst art to eliminate openings for the enemy when the bladering comes back. It's also possible to follow up a burst art with an assault art. Alright. Plenty to play around with. I know, it's been one of those great arcs, Pottery, where I've been loving even the little ones from the beginning, and it's only getting more entertaining and robust as we get further into it with more characters interacting together.
Okay, let's do this. Ready?
I got a feeling that's not going to stop anytime soon, and I am here for it.
Just another in my tally.
Catch and step! It's possible to link bladerang attacks the moment the weapon returns to Malik's hand. Quick step to shorten the pause that occurs when he catches the weapon, then press X to immediately throw it again. Alright. Plenty of teching to learn with this fella. That's what you get for being the captain of the knights, I suppose. A lot of very specific and nuanced technique.
Stay sharp, even against chumps. Each new discovery brings us one step closer.
God, I feel like I need Price's voice just as like an alarm clock or something motivating me to start my day. I feel like I would get 10 times more done. Oh, might I? Is there one in particular we're looking for? I already changed the auto settings, if that's what you mean. Ah, Calamity Rhonda. That would be nice.
Do you remember what happened at Orland Woods?
That's where I had my field training, right? I fought a monster, and that strange power emerged.
That monster is what I wanted to talk to you about. I looked into the matter further.
Did you find anything?
Unfortunately, nothing that made any sense. To be completely honest with you, I don't even know if the monster you fought was a monster at all.
I beg your pardon.
What do you mean?
The samples that I took didn't match those of any known life form in the kingdom. Even our top scientists said they'd never seen anything like it.
I see. I appreciate you taking the time and looking into it.
Suspicious.
I thought you'd press me for more information. Are you so easily satisfied?
I wouldn't say satisfied. I guess I just sort of expected that to be the outcome.
Indeed. Well, that settles that.
My new powers awakened just when that monster appeared. There must be some kind of connection.
I didn't know that. He's such a great guy. I've called out his voice acting on Twitter before, and he always makes a point to like it and engage and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised he has a cameo too. I should get him to do some kind of like a trailer or a cut-in voicing for Tales of Praxis or something. That would be fun. I'm sure I'll continue fangirling about him for most of this game, but he truly is like my favorite voice actor, bar none. Just talk about like the nuance and true art of voice acting like we were discussing earlier. He's just the ultimate paragon of that in my mind. He speaks with every aspect of his body. Oh, hello there. Are you all on a trip? No, not today. I don't mean to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice your book. What, this? Oh, it's not mine. I just found it here and decided to take a look. It's called Windor's Military History. Give me that. Hey, isn't that the textbook we used at the Knight Academy? Oh, a cadet, is it? Or are they making full knights so young these days? Swear to God, Grail, don't test me. It's too soon, man. Could do that next week when it's not so raw. No, not quite. I mean, I did study hard, but... Hold a moment. Are you? So, you finally remembered me, eh, Mally? Mally! Mally? Could you please not call me that, sir? You know this man, Captain? He's the former head instructor of the Knight Academy. He helped me get my start as a teacher. You might call him the teacher of teachers. Really? Haha, don't you forget it, kiddo. Malik Master, yeah, there you go. He's certainly spry for such an old-timer. How very kind of you to notice. So what are you doing in this place, sir? I heard you'd left on a long journey some time ago. Yes, that's true. Running into you here is just a happy coincidence. So, why did you call him Mally? Asbel, I don't think we need to... Oh, that would be a nickname he earned after he became an instructor. You know, I just made that one little mistake. Wow, he's treating the captain like a little kid. Look, just never mind. It's hard to look cool in front of your students, isn't it? It's kind of hard to imagine how you must have been back in those days, Captain. So, what were your grades like? What's wrong, Mally? Cat got your tongue? I can't quite recall. Oh, but I can. Mally here didn't go through the usual rigmarole. He went straight to being an instructor. Wait, so he never graduated from the academy? Is that even possible? In certain special circumstances, yes. Spry is an underrated word, Grail. Yeah, I'm a fan of that. What was the other word they used a while ago? No, it was the expression gathering wool. Yeah, they have some interesting and fun locutions and word choices in this one. In all of them, though, if we're being honest. It's true, Mally always excelled in the art of combat, but... Yeah, wool gathering, exactly. Well, let's just say that experience alone wasn't enough to earn him a teaching spot. Remind me again, Mally, how did you end up teaching? Your daughter recommended me, and you know it. Now, can we be done with the public humiliation? You know how I dislike discussing the past. Captain, wait! That little brat never did stick around when the discussion turned to something he didn't like. What do you mean? I mean my daughter. She carried quite the torch for him back in the day, at least until he left her. Oh. Mally's always been something of a lady killer, even if it's mostly by accident. I bet he hasn't changed a bit. Anyway, I should be on my way. Oh, but first, why don't you take this? I think it belongs to a cadet, so be sure to return it, all right? Oh, I loved that. And he acquired the Silver Hunk title. Amazing. What's the description for that one? He remains attractive even as he takes on years. Just as we were talking about the Platonic ideal of hunkiness. So we might not have answered it for ourselves, but at least now we have a direct, explicit window into the game's conception of it. And it seems to have sided with me. See, my first intuition was Malik. There you go. For whatever that's worth. He remains attractive even as he takes on years. This is what they call good-looking 40-somethings. Oh, so Malik is 40-something. Amazing. That's got to put him in the running for maybe oldest member of a Tales game? Certainly up there, right? 40 exactly. Well, there you go. Counts as a 40-something, but only just. You know how to pique my interest and keep it piqued, Grail. Yeah, that's a very interesting point. I will definitely keep that in mind. Between that and the glyph stuff, the Elith glyph stuff, I'm keenly interested in the way in which this game is approaching storytelling through side content. Shocker, I know, for a Tales game and for the things in which I'm interested, but I have a feeling already we're going to get a lot of mileage out of that. The long and winding road to return the textbook. It's not a skid here, is it? I have to remind to always tag up on the save points in case a skid is waiting there. Although, to your credit, Grail, you have been doing a great job of calling out when there are skits, so... not feeling as if we're especially at risk of missing out. It's Victoria! I can't even tell whether you're actually having that much difficulty remembering her name or if it's just a meme at this point. Maybe a little of both. I hope we get to see more windows into her. I definitely feel like there's more there, given the whole background we got on the way she was being reassigned to the Royal Guard before everything transpired with the uprising. Yeah, only time will tell, right? I have faith. I have faith in Tales. Even if they don't always give you as much as you want. It's like that Rolling Stones song, right? You don't always get what you want, but if you try, with the side content, you might find that you get what you need. I'm making him... Yeah, we already heard this. We know, you're getting very wealthy. I'm very happy for you. Alright. Malik learned Calamity Rondo, and Pascal learned Flux Form. Too late! Oh no! What a sad follow-up text. I failed. If only you'd come sooner. Oh! But plot twist. Haha, just kidding. I aced that puppy. Thanks for the help. Wait, but does that mean he didn't even need the textbook and it was a futile effort because he aced it anyways? Or we got it back in time after all? It could still be read two ways. I know, I'm glad I even took the time to read it. I would have totally missed the bit. Wait, is there a side quest for her that we can do now? Are you saying that there's side content for her? Because I'm looking to you for the side content stuff at the moment. If there's more that we can do, I certainly want to. Or are you joking? I can't even tell anymore. We're in too deep. Oh, you mean in terms of when we start it? Like, had we begun it now rather than beginning it when we did earlier in the stream? Is that what you mean? I'm sure you did say that at the time. It's just one of those things where you don't really understand until you have enough context from the game. Now we're off to lunch.
I don't anticipate a challenge. You're strong, Asbel.
Not at all.
You're really coming into your own.
He doesn't agree.
That's super cool. Well, I'm glad we did it when it first became available because it's a really interesting piece of context, especially hoping that we get more context on it later in terms of how it came to be that the Knights aligned with Cedric, to hear that little window into how she was being reassigned to the Royal Guard and how that was happening with a number of Knights. That was really cool and interesting foreshadowing, but love, 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 and such a typically cool and smart Tales thing for there to not only be side content, but side content that varies based on how and when you choose to engage it. Very much in the spirit, it strikes me, of some of the relationship building in Tales of Symphonia.
We won't fail.
Oh, I suppose I never actually looked at Malik's burst arts. I should check that out now. I think it'll be easier for me right now to keep the mid-rank ones over here. That one and Death Knight.
I don't anticipate a challenge.
Right into next week.
I've traveled back in time from next week. Please stop throwing monsters at us.
There it is. I just got back from next week. The chat illusions realized after however many weeks. I love it. Never let it be said that Tales of Graces is not a time travel game. Sophie, I just got back from next week. Crest comes in, Rising Phoenix, out of nowhere. It is pretty great. Well, it's like Sophie is making an attempt at humor, but like doesn't really understand how to do it.
Did we get carried away?
I mean, I think that was more of a you thing than a we thing, Malik. Boy, the Bladerang is really fun.
It won't take long.
It just feels so
Great work, Captain.
well positioned and balanced and easy to use.
Asbel.
Fluid. Can tell how much care they put into designing it to feel just right in your hands. No, we'll just have to hurry and find ourselves a redacted, won't we?
Here goes.
That was hardly worth dirtying my blade.
The gate is closed. They'll open it if we ask. At least they always have for me.
Yes, but Asbel is a different story. I think we should keep our distance.
So, Asbel, can we be all sneaky and avoid the gate?
Well, let me think. I suppose we could head to the canal and just follow it inside.
There's always a sneaky way into a town in a Tales game. Typically through waterways. Oh, I picked up a titanium scabbard. That's even better. I know, back where it all began, huh? Yeah, I'm interested in Pascal too. I don't remember how much backstory, if at all, we get about her. I'm interested to see what the game comes to show us or not show us about her as things unfold. Because sometimes I feel like with those inquisitive mages, they do feel like less is more. Thinking of someone like Rita. And it works. You know, for someone like Rita, it does work. They tell you all and exactly what you need to know about her in order to understand who she is and how she got there and what she grows into. But it would be nice to, especially with the level of weirdness in Pascal, see a little bit more about how she came to be that way. Can we get anything fun from these charms? Oh, we can fuse them into a paralysis slow charm. That's kind of cool. For 2,000 though? I don't know. A nice little town indeed. I'm not going to try the voice again after I fell so squarely on my face the first time. All right. Well, if folks do, I guess folks are cool with hanging out for a little bit longer now that we're in lot, and since we're going to be taking a week's break from the graciousness of it all, happy to push through a bit more lot in the remaining 30 minutes. Have a little bonus hour. I am in that case though. Just going to quickly ask for your patience with a little restroom break because I was not factoring that in when I thought about extra time. So I will be right back, and I might have a nice Twitch scene with some elevator music for when we take breaks during the longer 5-hour stream. But since I don't have that yet, I'll just leave you with the nice music and lawn, and I'll be back in half a mo. No one ever heard from him again. Oh my god, emphasis on proper, I guess, Chrissy. My goodness. Well, I hope you're not staying up that late just on the account of little old us, but you know it's a delightful pleasure to have you hanging out. Alright. Let's see how little old hubby has been doing. Hubby Bubby. Hubert the Stratton. So farias, eh? This manor has been commandeered by the Stratton military. Lieutenant Asbel is in the study. It would have been funny, sad but funny, if he had replaced the family portrait with like a commandant's portrait of him or something. I remember with horror now back in the day when I would pull proper all-nighters, like in undergrad and things like that. The last one I pulled was, to no one's surprise, including my own, the night before I published Wittgenblade, my book on Wittgenstein and Xenoblade Chronicles 3, because I had committed myself to a deadline because I wanted to breathe it into existence and get it out of my computer into the real world. And of course, there were a million little inane bits of blocking and tackling to do and actually getting it all cleaned up and ready for publication and uploaded to the site and everything after all the substantive work was done. So it was a banal yet taxing 24 hours before I hit the publish button and then went to sleep for like 48 hours after that. Oh well, a cannon from the battle 20 years ago. Impressive. Reflections from a man with the memory to actually know the history of the canon as opposed to just whether it's big or small. I can imagine that's a double-edged beauty, though, Chrissy, because you have that freedom, but also then you have to actually will yourself to work when you want to and get it all done, right? Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you'd be awake anyway. I missed that message.
This is unexpected. I don't remember seeing you on my calendar.
More than happy to keep you company.
Hubert, we have to talk. I won't ask you to accept unconditional withdrawal, but Winter's supply of Creus is dangerously low, and if it runs out, the citizens will be in trouble.
He said, let's sit down and negotiate. I apologize. My thumb had a stroke.
Please, Hubert.
Does Windor's new king really think that sending my brother will convince me to withdraw?
I asked to come.
Then you are naive.
Lieutenant, it's an emergency. Windor's army is attacking. They've come with staggering numbers, and our forces have already been pushed back into town.
What?
What the hey? We came here to stop a war!
So, you come to me under a flag of peace, but with an army at your back.
As a joke.
No, that isn't why we came.
It's almost charming how badly you've underestimated me.
Using him as a pawn. That's what I was saying.
Order the troops into defensive formation. Hold Windor back no matter what the cost.
I do love and appreciate that ethos, Chrissy. And how special and how admirable to be able to commit yourself at the best time when you really want to be able to put in the work on stuff that you really value, and think is really meaningful and worth the effort. I mean, you can't put a price tag on that. That's so special.
Yes, sir!
Hubert, please! I didn't know anything about this. You have to believe me.
You sure did, Doug. Yep.
Then
You got to read on him.
And a fool.
Oh, he said the P word, though. I called that.
What do we do?
That is a good point, Grail. That is one of the pieces that kind of stretched at the willing suspension of disbelief with the intersection between side content and main content. But, you know, the kingdoms are so close together that maybe they just watched us through a telescope or something to see when we were actually going to launch and then sent forces at that point or something.
Let's go outside. We have to find out what's happening.
Master Asbel, you haven't changed a bit. It does my heart good to see you again. Yeah, we'll see. Definitely disrupting Hubert's little bubble of authority and probably bubble of security here. For as much as he was wanting to reclaim his hometown on his own terms, probably also gave him a sense of safety and security. Oh.
So, was your brother convinced?
Oh, the smile.
If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself.
Richard, why are you doing this?
I already told you. I was planning on attacking Lamont. I'm doing this for you, Asbel. Remember when I promised to help you reclaim your homeland?
I never asked for this, Richard!
Oh, I know, but I decided to do it anyway.
Son of a bitch!
People of this land must understand that there will be no mercy for those who defy me.
No mercy? It seems like that's the only thing you ever talk about anymore. What you're doing is wrong!
So be it then. Before I proceed to deal with Lant, it appears that I'm going to have to deal with you first.
Sharia, take the others. Round up as many townspeople as you can and get them to safety.
His body was moving in a pretty unnatural way too. Did you notice
Once
that?
the fighting starts, it'll be too
Even the
late.
way he's holding himself now.
All right, Asbel. Come on, Sophie. Let's go.
I don't think that's a limitation on character rendering. I think we're supposed to read that in a certain way.
Asbel!
I will ask you one more time, Asbel. What is it that I have done wrong? I thought that you, of all people, would always understand me.
I'll have to watch for that, Grail. I hadn't noticed that.
You can't control people through violence and fear. Nothing good ever comes of it. If that's the kind of ruler you are, then we'll never have
Yeah.
true peace. Please, listen to me. Go back to the way you were.
You're serious. How disappointing. Everyone has betrayed me. And in the end, even you have!
Hubert! Is that really Richard? How can he be so strong?
His weapon has also become a gun.
Now die!
Anime cutscene? Awesome.
Sophie, why did you come back?
To protect you.
Oh.
There's that light, just like before.
Not you again. How long do you plan to stand against me?
Forever. This time I won't let them get hurt.
Sophie, is your memory back?
Oh. It's a good question, Grail.
No,
Oh,
it's happening again.
awesome. I mean, devastating, but awesome. Huh. Wow. Acting to rectify the past. God, that's right. Anything but the fountain.
You betrayed me. You
Betrayed me!
Jesus Christ.
We will survive.
Wow.
Indeed. Yeah. Oh, I'm fine.
But I don't know which of Sophie's arts have Nova, because I was just thrown into playing her for the first time, which I'm certainly not going to argue because that's a great context in which to start, but okay. Left. Great.
No.
All right. Huh, we haven't seen Nova barriers in a while. You might recall, per our conversation with Malik, that the other time in which it came up was with that mysterious monster in the village where everyone was Croatoaned, where he said he did research and found out that there was no record of anything like that in the entire kingdom, ever. Yeah, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it, Doug? I kind of like the idea of plot-specific, like, barriers to break in gameplay, Grail. But I feel like from what you said in the first battle, it's much more of a pain to deal with at higher difficulty levels, so I can certainly appreciate your frustration. I forgot that I'm also responsible for healing. No worries either way, Padre. A pleasure to see you as always, my friend. And yeah, I hope you drop in when you're able to and in the right place in the game. And if not, I'm sure I'll see you back here for Graces, and I'm sure we'll have occasion to talk about Beyond the Dawn at one point or another. Have a great, great night. Catch up on the VODs at some point if you can, although I know I don't have to tell you that, of all people. Oh no, not another Elf Burst for him, or break, whatever it's called. That sound effect when he charges his sword is pitch perfect. Speaking of unpleasant. I forgot to restock on life bottles. That was a common L. Oh, that's not what I meant. Fuck. I can do it again. Fuck. That misclick really cost me.
Sorry about that.
I was just meaning to change the target of the spell. Really not a great moment to learn a new character, but it's just so thematically fitting that I can't avoid the challenge. What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I am gonna go back to Asbel. I regret everything.
Sorry about that. Sword
God damn it. You fucking cheering for Richard? Fuck you, Grail. I know you love him, but there's a point. Thank you. God, I needed that. Oh, I hope that gets him. Ah, oh, so close. There we go. All right. I wish I could have chugged all the way through that as Sophie, but gotta squeak out the W at the end of the day. Man. Oh, I had some thought about that scene, and I should have called it out at the time because it has fallen out of my head now. I'm sure it'll come back to me. Let's watch. Thank you, Doug. Oh, it came back to me. Jesus. Pascal almost flying away.
Your Majesty, you must withdraw! All men, fall back!
Asbel! Sophie! Hubert! Are you all right? Talk to me.
Sophie, are you all right? Hold on.
He does have a lot of horrifyingly cruel and cool
I'm fine.
arts. No argument there.
I remember now.
Just not nice to be on the receiving end of them.
I remember you. Every one of you. When you were young.
Oh, it is the
Hubert
same
was
Sophie.
shy, but he tried his best and always worried about everyone.
Oh.
Sharia was sick, but that didn't stop her from being cheerful and friendly. And I remember Asbel. He was strong and kind. He always protected me, no matter what we faced. It's good to see you.
Talk about subtle voice acting inflections. I love this. I think it would be a mistake not to, Grail. Yes, let's do that.
Lieutenant! Are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. What's the situation outside?
Windor's army has retreated from the city, along with King Richard.
Deploy men to defend the gates immediately. Do not pursue Windor.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
I failed to protect anyone again.
That's not true. You protected me, Asbel. You saved me. Just like you did when you were a child.
Oh, I love that gesture so
I don't
much.
remember much. But still, I'm glad. And yet, I wonder why. I'm scared. For some reason. I'm afraid to search deeper and remember my past.
Sophie.
I think it's more a moment of relief as I read it, Chrissy, right? Because I think they were all, like, consciously or not, hoping that it was the same Sophie. And they all understand that whatever the hell just happened between Sophie and Richard, it was something powerful and significant and essential to whatever the relationship between Sophie and Richard is, right? And so for at least one of those outcomes of that clash to be something good and productive, not just for Sophie, but also for her relationship with the rest of the party and also with their understandings with each other. Like, probably, I think, at least the way I read it and how I would think about it if I were in that situation is like the relief at the new sense of belonging kind of overrides the sense of surprise as such. The other thing I was going to say, just because I don't want to forget it again, is whether or not you have checked out my last tome that I wrote for Tales of Praxis, comparing Tales of Destiny with Tales of Vesperia. One of the things that I dwell on that I think is one of the key aspects of the language in which the Tales games tell their stories is the nature of betrayal, and how so many games will use that for very different purposes, and not just betrayal as this kind of negative thing that happens out of a lack of trust, but something that can ultimately be productive in terms of developing new relationships or enhancing your understanding of the world and what you want to do in it, or a variety of other functions, some of which I talk about in that article. But I think especially in terms of that broader topology of the series and its concern with betrayal, the kind of obsessive and almost impossible to understand like fixation with betrayal that Richard seems to have, in a way that germinates as if from nowhere and is directed outwardly towards everyone, is very interesting, because just in the context of Tales of Graces at this point, if you were just walking into this, I think given everything we've seen in the game so far, that might seem like something of a non sequitur. At least I think it has the potential to. But in the broader context of the series, we can understand like betrayal is one of the core aspects of how these games meditate on what it is to be in communities and relationships, and build future based on mutual trust. And so even if we don't quite yet understand what has broken in Richard's psychology that makes this obsession with betrayal possible, we at least have some footholds and handholds for getting a grip on why this kind of game might be concerned with that and drawing our attention to it in a way that doesn't quite make sense locally, but is still part of the broader global contours of how these fictions think about things. And I think that's pretty cool.
And as for Windor, large numbers of their troops remain deployed on the high roads leading to Grailside and Barona.
So they could easily stage another attack.
However, the Fendelians have shown recent signs of activity as well. We've deployed a squad to the Fendel border and are increasing our surveillance. If they plan something, we won't be caught off guard.
Yeah, and don't walk your point back, Grail, because I think that is a good point. You know, part of what I think is really interesting in terms of how this game is now setting up, like the characters' complex relationship and evolving relationship with their own past, is you're absolutely right. They had this firm yet flawed understanding of what happened in that core moment of trauma that we keep going back to and they keep going back to in the catacombs. And now they're coming to understand that as much as that event was traumatic and impactful in their lives, the way in which they understood it and what they burdened themselves with according to it didn't totally reflect the reality of the situation. And so it's kind of, it's become an influence on their reality, whether or not it was the truth, because it did impact and shape, like you said, what happened to them in the immediate aftermath and then in the subsequent 7 years. But now, as kind of the reemergence of Sophie's identity is making possible new understandings of that event, perhaps it's also going to open up the manifold for new understandings of their own self-concepts and how they can relate to each other. We have dwelled on a lot in the adult arc so far in terms of how the characters have constructed walls as coping mechanisms, especially walls between themselves and other characters whom they knew from their childhood. So now I think it'll be interesting to watch and see, now that Sophie has reestablished herself and opened up the aperture for new potential understandings of that foundational trauma, is it also going to open up the aperture for them to bond with each other and build not the same relationships they had as kids, but new relationships in healthier and more productive ways? I think it's really telling and useful foreshadowing of that when Sophie says she remembers all her memories, she also very vividly and directly remembers each of those characters in the context of how they were as children, which helps call those characters as adults back to an understanding of how they used to be and perhaps give them a new way of understanding what they can subsequently become.
Oh, and Lieutenant, what was that light that appeared during the last battle?
Yeah, and remember also, Doug, that back when Sophie first remanifested on the hill, Sharia also glowed. So that's something that is common to at least the trio at this point, we know.
You need not include those details in your report.
Might I ask why? It could be a new weapon developed by the enemy.
Official reports are no place for guesswork and speculation.
Very well. But we still have to consider the Creus issue. Our higher-ups are demanding that we increase production in the Creus mines, and yet nothing has been done.
We lack the manpower to do it ourselves, and I will not force the people of Lant into hard labor.
There you go. Good reason to bring it up, for sure.
We are not here as a conquering force. We are their allies.
I suppose that's one way of putting it. However, you appear to be prioritizing the local people over the orders of our superiors.
You only think that because you still see me as a wayward orphan from Lant.
But isn't that precisely what you are?
I am a soldier of Strata. I cast aside my homeland 7 long years ago. Or rather, they cast me aside.
Ah. Great way of using that language of inner monologue. First window into how Hubert's really feeling as an adult that we've gotten so far.
Oh man, I don't think we can get any closer.
And that already, I would say, like, now getting insight into Hubert's interiority, whereas we didn't in the adult arc so far, I think speaks in favor of the idea that the apparatus of character relationships is opening up in terms of who can access each other's identities and what new developments in their self-concepts can be made possible through that, as much according to what we have access to as players, as much as the characters can see each other's.
It doesn't look like they're crossing the border. They're probably worried about Strata.
What will you do now, Asbel?
Just what I can, I think. I have to ensure that Lant isn't swept into another battle. And then there's Sophie. She died 7 years ago. She died protecting us, but now she's back, and not a year older. I may not understand it, but I'll make sure we don't lose her again.
Yeah, and we're totally gonna help. Right, Mr. Captain?
Of course.
Thank you.
Well, we came to investigate the Thendelian army, and we've done that. Let's head back into town.
Agreed. Come on, Sophie. It's time to go.
Can we visit the meadow?
Go ahead. Pascal and I will meet you in town.
Okay. Let's go, Sophie.
Oh, one and the same. I love it. So yeah, now she's gone from being named Sophie with a question mark to even having a title celebrating and recognizing that she's the same one that we saw in the childhood arc. I love that. Similar appearances, resurrected memories. The pact from that day. Could this really be her? And yet, notice I called out back when she first manifested on Lant Hill in the adult arc, keeping an eye on the philosophical questions that were immediately raised of what constitutes a person, and continuity of identity over time will be central things to wrestle with through the whole story. Like, yeah, we know she looks the same, and now she has the same memories, but is that enough to really identify her as one and the same? And I think we can certainly be happy that she has, in some sense, the same identity, but I think it's really interesting and probative in all the right ways that even in the title that identifies her as such, there's a question left on the table for that. Yeah, and Terminator theming maybe, but I'll also say, I know I called this out kind of opaquely during that cutscene, But something else that I thought was really cool, and you could just hear it, I would say, quite clearly. And I think even the rendering of her appearance matched this. Like, she went very quickly in that battle with Richard, and then after with the conversation with her friends, from what had previously been a relatively like out to sea, kind of robotic, kind of just lacking context, like a kid, or again like an animal, like a dog, and that matching her intonation and even just the way she was vacantly staring out the window, like we talked about back at Verona Castle, to then being like much softer and more emotive and smiling with recognition. It was like not only as if she had gotten back her memories, but the act of reacquiring that memories also endowed her with more affect, I think even really than in large part she had in the childhood arc. Vestiges of War. Do you have a skit? A little conversation? No? All right. Well, friendos, I'm really glad that we played through that chunk. I think that was a great little climax to treat ourselves to. And as much as I do want to continue and venture onto the hill and onwards, I know this game, I know these games, I know us, I know it will continue to suck us in, and it has now been a further hour since we decided to continue our adventure. So I'm going to say this is a good place to call it. We had plenty of great revelations. Richard has been revealed as something not quite Richard and having some particular bearing on Sophie, and wrestling with things that in some sense seem to be grounded in him, in some sense maybe reach beyond himself. And Sophie, as much as questions remain, has gotten a key aspect of her identity resolved in a way that I think points the way encouragingly, not just for her, but for this whole network of characters, which I'm really excited about. So, sit with that. I know that's a great chunk for me to digest, especially now that we have the fucking voices back. How about that? So yeah, a nice little window and short story on which to meditate and reflect for the next week. I hope you have a great week. I hope you think well and you game well. If you're a fan of Tales of Praxis, these kinds of live book clubs, and you're a fan of Tales of Arise too, and you're excited about Beyond the Dawn, and you want to engage with it for the first time in a kind of live book club format, I'm going to be really enjoying that, having a lot of fun with it. I invite any and all of you to come check it out. Don't feel like you have to be strapped in for the entire time, but of course, it will be a pleasure to see you for as much as you're interested in. It'll be starting at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'm so excited. I'll be switching gears from the story of Reed and Farah earlier today and yesterday and last week to the story of Asbel and Sophie this evening, to the story of Alphen and Chion and all of their good friends tomorrow, and a new friend with some questionable origins, which will unfold if I know the Tale series, and I think I do, over the course of the DLC story. So really looking forward to that. It's going to be a great new adventure to dig into in a little bit of a marathon style, but count on us being back for Tales of Graces unless the DLC ends up being radically more involved than we expect, which is a possibility, but put it tentatively for the same time a week from today on Wednesday. We'll be back in this world, excited to dig in and see what the hell we're going to do about Richard and Sophie and the rest of the gang in the wake of what just happened at Lant. Poor Lant, huh? I'm not one for thinking that places are cursed, but certainly that sometimes seems to be the case in a JRPG, and oh boy, Lant has not had some good luck. Neither the place nor the family in whom its lordship is enshrined over the course of the story so far. So hopefully Asbel can also find a way not only to shore up his own identity, but also turn his family and hometown's luck around, maybe with the help of his brother. Yeah, thank you, Chrissy. Doug, thank you. Grail, great to see you too, my friend. Yeah, it was just a joke. It was a big joke. You know, it's everyone has a bad day, but if Batman has taught us anything, all it takes is one bad day, right? Yeah, it was a pleasure. You know you're welcome, Grail. Doug, Chrissy, all of you are welcome. Pottery, it was great seeing you, my friend. Pizzicato, so nice to see you showing up too. Hope you're thinking well and gaming well. I've been missing you, my friend, so always feel free to drop by and say hi, even if briefly. If you've been hanging out and lurking too, always a pleasure. Great to see you, even if you're silently thinking about these things with us. But if you want to try out joining the Real Life JRPG party and vocalize some stuff from the get-go, Beyond the Dawn will be a fun opportunity for that too. You're always welcome. I hope you don't feel as if there's a barrier to entry. Actually, it's a great night to be calling that out on the eve of a new kind of adventure because, as Pizzicato would tell you, they've said this before, they have no background in the Tales games, just love thinking about games through this kind of literary philosophical lens that we have, and love to join those discussions. So something for everyone as long as you love the literature and narrative forms of expression and really just practical real life content that we can extract from these artistic masterpieces. So absolute pleasure as always. If you're going to be joining us on our marathon adventure, I will see you tomorrow for an even more extended stream. Buckle up. It's going to be fun. It'll be a great ride. And if not, see you back here in the coming week and keep you posted on the site's socials as schedules and everything evolve and new content comes. Looks like Dan and I will probably be recording a podcast this weekend too. We'll be getting some writing done. Plenty of new stuff to look forward to. And happy November. We're careening towards the end of the year. We'll have plenty more good stuff between now and then to keep us busy in gaming and philosophy and otherwise. So until I see you next, my friends, wishing you well. I'm Aaron Suduko. This has been Tales of Praxis. You have a great rest of your evening. Night.